Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning, gentlemen. I will call to order the February 4th, 2025 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Here.
Supervisor Lee.
Here.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
And Chair Capps.
Here. At this time, please join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, first up is the approval of the minutes from the January 14th, our last regular meeting. Can I get a motion, please?
Move approval.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, and a second?
Second.
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, Ms. Miyasato, CEO's report.
Good morning, Chair and board members. We have one report, and that is to celebrate the county's 175th anniversary. This year marks the 175th anniversary since the founding of the county. We were one of the original 27 counties created after the treaty that ended the Mexican War, which placed California under the jurisdiction of the United States. In 1815, 18 counties were formed, and we were one of them. And then months later, 9 were added, bringing the original to 27. To honor the history of the county, we have launched a new video series. These videos are produced in both English and Spanish and featured on CSB TV Channel 20, social media, and our county newsletter. This morning, we are debuting the first video in the series. It explains how the county courthouse came to be. And again, thank you to our communications manager, PIO, Kelsey Butita, for putting these together. So let's watch.
Welcome to Santa Barbara County, a place with immense natural beauty and rich history. Founded in 1850 as one of California's original counties, join us as we acknowledge the 175th anniversary of the County of Santa Barbara. This video focuses on the history of the Santa Barbara Courthouse.
Prior to the building that we're standing in front of, there was a Greek Revival building, primarily because a lot of the time were from the East Coast, so they just brought what they knew. The courthouse held one judge, so there was one courtroom. There was a place for the superintendent of schools. There was an auditor and a treasurer and other county leadership. The county had outgrown the buildings that were on this property and suggested that they be replaced. But when they priced it out, it was too expensive. In 1925, there was this earthquake. And so now the board had to do something because all the buildings were damaged. And the year after the earthquake occurred, it took about 2.5, almost 3 years to produce what you see around me. It started construction with the Hall of Records and then progressed around to the jail. The jail wasn't authorized by the board to build because it was over budget. But Leo Presker, who was the chair of the board at the time, said, well, we have prisoners, we're gonna need a jail. So he just told the contractor, keep building, I'll sort it out. That's how Leo worked. And when they went over budget, Leo, because he was in the 5th District, drove down from Santa Maria. When he's passing Elwood in Goleta, he notices that there's oil shooting out of the ground because the Rio Grande Oil Company had struck oil. And it dawned on him, there's where my difference is going to come from. So he sent the Rio Grande Oil Company an invoice, tax basically, for the difference between the $900,000 and the 1.4. Pearl Chase and Bernard Hoffman, Stan Wood, and a number of other movers and shakers in town at that time wanted to move back to Spanish, Andalusian, Mexican history. So they crafted this plan to migrate all of the buildings from Victorian to Spanish colonial revival and determined that that would be the signature of Santa Barbara. This building wound up being a key to all of that activity happening and to provide an example of what it could be. Some courthouses you get, a modern facade on the outside and it's something else on the inside. This is through and through, every detail, the doors, the windows, the railings, the flooring, the tile, the drapes, the lamps, everything is coordinated. The building was dedicated August 14th, 1929. It's a community courthouse. And so the building has this love affair with the community that is unlike any other courthouse in the country. And of course, that was the purpose of designing it in this way, so that the gardens and the stage all play as a place for things to happen. And I think that is what makes it special.
I'd like to recognize two people, board members who have been the champions of the courthouse. And those are Robert Uli, president of the Courthouse Legacy Foundation, and Rodney Baker, former president of the Courthouse Docent Council and board member. If you two could please stand and be recognized. Thank you, Chair.
Well, that was fantastic. I hope that that video gets shared widely, and I have to say that one of the wonderful things about working right here is to be surrounded by that courthouse. So maybe you all will take a look as you walk out. Thank you to Kelsey and to our CEO for that. Madam Clerk, are there announcements to our agenda?
Chair Capps and members of the board, I have a couple quick announcements this morning. First, we received a withdrawal request from the department to withdraw departmental item number 1 from the agenda. Departmental item number 1 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Kargasaki appeal, case number 24 APL 18, of the County Planning Commission approval of the Blanco Grading for Access Road Improvements Project, case number 15 LUP 72, and this is in the 3rd District. And with no public request to speak on this item, the board may proceed with withdrawing the item at this time and approving the revised recommended actions A through C as reflected on page 14 of today's agenda, to acknowledge the withdrawal and approve case number 15 LUP 72, or defer the approval of the withdrawal until the start of the departmental agenda. And lastly, for the Board of Supervisors, methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements for this morning.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And what was the pleasure of the board? Can we move approval of that withdrawal request now, so we don't have to take up later?
So moved.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, I'll second. I did have a question for staff on it. I was just curious on who, with the withdrawal, if it came from the applicant or the appellant. I don't know if there's an answer there.
Supervisor Nelson, could you repeat the question?
Yes, so it's a withdrawal, so I don't know who withdrew. Was it the applicant or the appellant?
The appellant withdrew because he appealed, but they have, both parties worked out a deal.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Yeah, so I will say second again, Supervisor Hartman's.
Excellent.
And Chair Capps, members of the board, I did just want to confirm that that is to approve the revised recommended actions as seen on page 14, A through C, to approve the withdrawal and which is also approving the project, case number 24 APL, or excuse me, case number 15 LUP 72.
Great. So our motion is fine as is? Okay, great. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, Madam Clerk, the next item is administrative agenda. Would any board members like to pull any items? I have A21 already pulled from Supervisor Hartman, and I would like to pull A9.
If we could pull 15 and 16?
Okay. So it sounds like we have 4. So I will now entertain a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda, except for 9, 15, 16, and 21.
So moved. Second.
Great. Are we good?
That was a motion by Supervisor Lavanino and a second by Supervisor Lee.
Excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oops. Motion passes. Okay, then let's move on to our resolutions to be presented. Administrative item number 1, please, Madam Clerk.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Samuel D. Patton as the February 2025 Employee of the Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Samuel Patton and Michael Daly. And I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Sam Patton exemplifies the county's organizational values of accountability, customer focus, equity and inclusion, innovation, trust, and ethics. And whereas Sam Patton models the transformative behaviors of collaborative problem-solving, alignment with the county's vision, risk-taking, data-driven decision-making, and strategic thinking. And whereas Sam Patton began his career as an appraiser in 2009, taking on residential and commercial property assignments before switching gears and becoming a mapping GIS technician in 2024, during which he continuously provided excellent customer service to county taxpayers and camaraderie to his colleagues. And whereas Sam Patton selflessly steps up to take on any challenge that comes his way, taking on drafting for the commercial team, volunteering to assist with different office projects, providing helpful ideas and input for improvements, and thereby being a positive role model and leader of his peers. And whereas Sam Patton is both an exemplary employee and avid golfer, relentlessly putting his coworkers to shame with his long drive, but maintaining a fair and balanced approach by missing many of his short putts. Whether at work or on the course, he always displays a positive attitude, good sense of humor, humility, and grace. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors recognizes Samuel D. Patton as the Employee of the Month for February 2025, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Chair Capps, members of the board. I'm Michael Daly, the Chief Deputy Assessor, and on behalf of Joe Holland and our entire department, the Clerk, Recorder, Assessor, and Registrar of Voters Elections Division, I would like to congratulate Sam. I'm honored to be able to present this to him. I've worked aside him since I started at the county, and he was one of the first people to welcome me in and sort of show me around the office and go on breaks and have lunch and get me acclimated to the county. And I'm forever grateful to him for doing that. And I know he's done that with many of the other employees that have come through our office. There's not enough I can say about Sam. He is a genuinely kind, humble person. He is a great public servant. Even though sometimes he doubts himself on the phone with taxpayers, he actually does have a really strong level of confidence, good work ethic. He's extremely helpful to both taxpayers and internally to his colleagues. And he does it all with a really positive attitude, a great sense of humor, makes it fun in an office that is not always, it's like the most exciting thing doing tax assessments, but Sam manages to make it a really enjoyable experience day in and day out, and he's a true asset, and we really value him, and he's very deserving of this recognition. So congratulations, Sam.
I just want to express my gratitude to Chair Capps and the rest of the board, and also my department. I feel like $1 million today. This is awesome, so thank you very much.
Well, I can only imagine the patience and skills it takes to deal with taxpayers all day long. So thank you, Mr. Patton. Okay, Madam Clerk, next resolution, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 2 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution honoring Thomas Teig for his outstanding service as President and Chief Executive Officer of Direct Relief. And Thomas, if you can please join us at the podium. And I will go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Thomas Teig has served as the President and Chief Executive Officer of Direct Relief for 24 years, from October 2000 to December 2024, leading the organization through a period of extraordinary growth and impact. And whereas under Thomas Tighe's leadership, Direct Relief has risen to become the 5th largest charity in the United States, distributing more than $16 billion in medicines and supplies and $350 million in grants to 136 countries and all 50 American states. And whereas Thomas Tighe has guided Direct Relief to respond swiftly and effectively to increasingly severe natural disasters and dangerous war zones, including the ongoing war in Ukraine, where the organization's support has exceeded $1.5 billion. And whereas Thomas Tighe has fostered Direct Relief's strategic modernization, including the adoption of advanced technology platforms compatible with the largest healthcare companies in the world, enabling the organization to become accredited in all 50 U.S. states for distributing prescription medications. And whereas Thomas Tighe has maintained Direct Relief's commitment to its Santa Barbara roots while expanding its global reach, demonstrating that local insights and experiences are invaluable in addressing worldwide challenges. And whereas Thomas Tighe has upheld Direct Relief's apolitical stance and committed to helping those in need, regardless of political circumstances, allowing the organization to provide aid even in complex geopolitical situations. And whereas Thomas Tighe has consistently emphasized the importance of respecting and supporting local communities and organizations in Direct Relief's approach to providing aid. And whereas Thomas Tighe is warm-hearted, engaging, humorous, and self-deprecating. He has exemplified the spirit of service and dedication to improving lives around the world, inspiring others to contribute to the betterment of humanity. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County does hereby honor Thomas Tighe for his exceptional service as President and Chief Executive Officer of Direct Relief, recognizing his significant contributions to global humanitarian efforts and his role in elevating Santa Barbara's impact on the world stage. Passed and adopted today.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, thank you. This is deeply appreciated and not particularly justified, because I think that some of the people here who've done all the work that I was reflected here, it's like anything. There's no singular victories at Direct Relief, or most places, unless you're a tennis or golf player like Sam. But I deeply appreciate the recognition, undeserved though it may be, and in the spirit of right back at you. I think as this wonderful document says, a lot of the inspiration that came from Direct Relief came from here. As you know better than anybody, in this bubble, people like to talk about the jewel of Santa Barbara, and that's true, but it is a microcosm of everything good and much bad in the world. We have every issue that we see on the headlines in this microcosm, from immigration to extreme wealth concentration and poverty, agriculture, immigration, preservation of natural resources and land. It's all here. And the fact that you are able to manage through that in the way that you've done that is extraordinary. So I hope that the ripple of effect from how these issues are approached locally with sensitivity and grace, even though there's great disagreements, with a civility that's consistent and increasingly rare, right back at you. It's a privilege for Direct Relief to have been here. I think a lot of the inspiration that we found that was taken globally started here, from the Santa Barbara neighborhood clinics to the largest medicine program in the United States. If it didn't work here, we figured it wouldn't work anywhere else. And the old adage, well, don't try to do something elsewhere if you can't do it in your own backyard, was a really good one for us to follow. So it's with deep appreciation I accept this. My name's in here a lot of times, but really it goes to all the people at Direct Relief who've been part of it for a long time. So with that, thank you very much, and keep doing what you're doing. Thank you.
I just couldn't let this go by without saying how proud we are to have Direct Relief headquartered in Santa Barbara County, and the global reach and reputation and And then also just what a center it is for our community and the new building, and how many community events for Fireside Council and emergency preparedness and so many things that you host there. It's an amazing resource for us to be more resilient, and you've always been welcoming and open and providing terrific technology that enables us to be cutting edge. And so you're just a tremendous asset for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I also didn't want to let this day go by without saying thank you. Direct Relief has been a very staunch supporter of Veterans Stand Down up in the Santa Maria area. And on behalf of those veterans, I get to see their face when we hand them that orange pouch of Direct Relief, and it is one of the most prized possessions that they leave with. And so I know they don't have to get the opportunity to come back and say thank you, so on behalf of them, to you, continue. And when you said, talking about, even though your reach is global, you take care of the backyard. And so we're the backyard. We appreciate it. Thank you very much, and I just wish you all the best.
And I'll just add, Thomas, I've had the privilege of working with you, and I inserted in the resolution, I wrote the word self-deprecating because I knew that the first words out of your mouth were to be to thank the incredible team of Direct Relief. And I think it's well known just what a powerhouse we have here. If it weren't already known, many of you probably heard Trevor Noah say Direct Relief about 18 times during the Grammys. Not that the accolades are what you're seeking, because it's actually the exact opposite. What you've shown and demonstrated is this incredible impact, as my colleagues have said, both globally and right here. And I was excited for this day as soon as I heard that you were moving on, and I can only imagine what you're going to do next, looking at what you just did for Direct Relief. I can't really fathom, actually. So thank you for your service. Today's a day about you, actually, and I really, really am proud to be able to share it with you. Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, we will move on to administrative item number 3.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 3 is sponsored by Supervisor Lee and Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation and recognition of 211 services in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Joni Kelly from ComUnify, Alejandra Enciso, and Patricia Keelan. And if you can please come to the podium, I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas 211 is a free, confidential, and multilingual helpline that connects individuals to essential free health and human services 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, ensuring that residents of Santa Barbara County receive critical information and support in times of need. And whereas 211 Santa Barbara County serves as a vital resource for disaster response and recovery, offering real-time information and assistance to individuals and families during emergencies, natural disasters, and crisis. And whereas the 211 ComUnify Day celebration collaborates with over 70 partners, agencies to provide comprehensive services, including free health screenings, haircuts, live music, children's activities, and more, to promote community well-being and resilience. And whereas the 211 Community Day celebration and resource fair will be held at the Earl Warren Showgrounds, located at 3400 Cali Real, Santa Barbara, California, on Saturday, February 8th, 2025, from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., bringing together community members, service providers, and organizations to celebrate the invaluable contributions of 211 services. And whereas 211 Santa Barbara County exemplifies the spirit of community partnership and demonstrates a steadfast commitment to improving the lives of all residents, ensuring access to critical resources that enhance public health, safety, and social equity. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County hereby commends and recognizes 211 Santa Barbara County for its dedication to serving the community and urges all residents to participate in the 211 Community Day celebration and resource fair to honor and support those vital services, passed and adopted today.
Thank you so much, and that is such a difficult act to follow. I just want to recognize Direct Relief and Thomas for all of your great work. My name is Pat Keelan. I'm so pleased to be here today, Madam Chair and distinguished board members. I am CEO for ComUnify, and since 2014, we have proudly operated 211 Santa Barbara. a free comprehensive information and referral system available to any Santa Barbara County residents 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Residents can request assistance in over 150 languages by calling, texting, or accessing information via our website. I want to thank the County of Santa Barbara for your partnership and support of this critical resource. 211 Helpline plays a crucial role in connecting Santa Barbara residents with vital services, particularly during times of crisis. It serves as a lifeline for individuals and families facing various challenges, from basic needs like food and shelter to mental health support and disaster assistance. The helpline's easy-to-remember number provides a quick and reliable way for people to access the help that they need. And Santa Barbara County residents are utilizing 211 as a lifeline to resources in the community. In fact, in 2024, nearly 6,500 residents called 211 for information and referrals alone. The majority of callers were female between the ages of 30 and 54, with income levels below $26,000 a year. The top 3 caller needs are housing, mental health and substance abuse assistance, and utility assistance. In short, these resources help to keep struggling individuals and families keep a roof over their head, keep their electricity on, and support their overall stability and well-being. As our residents continue to face challenges, 211 is an investment in the well-being and resilience of our community. We are extremely grateful to the County of Santa Barbara for being an important partner and recognizing these contributions. As we have recently seen in the news in the last week, there's a great deal of uncertainty for many nonprofit organizations as we navigate the tremendous changes at the federal level. So we are particularly grateful to our local county Board of Supervisors and the partnership that we have with you to continue to serve our most vulnerable residents. So now we'd like to invite you all to come to our Community Day celebration for 211 this coming Saturday, February 8th at Earl Warren Showgrounds. There'll be over 60 local organizations there to share their information about their programs and resources. There'll be free health screenings, entertainment, free haircuts, and food, and more. So we look forward to seeing all of you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keelan. I believe, Madam Clerk, that there is a public request for public comment before we see if the board would like to comment.
Yes, Chair Capps and members of the board, we do have one request to speak from the public on this item here in Santa Barbara. We're going to Rennie Strong. Rennie?
Hello, everybody. Good to see everybody here. I'm sad that everybody left, but I'm glad people are watching at home. I'm sure you guys know who I am. At least you've seen my page. I'm Rennie Strong. Rennie Dean Strong is my name. And if you look on YouTube, you'll see that I spoke about 5 years ago to Mr. Steve Lavinino. Sorry, I have a hard time with politicians and this system, so I apologize. I have 3 minutes, but I don't see my clock. Oh, there it is up there. I don't see it here. Again, I'm here to help. I'm back. Third time's the charm. And I really want to help with the houseless. am in my car for a third time because of what I do. I speak to the mayor, councils, county board of supervisors, but mostly to the public because the public need to come and actually more participate in this. But I told my friend Dan Warren on Cacique Station 2, I finally got a hold of him. Sadly, his kid's mom passed away and got ran over in the epidemic of the drugs and got ran over by a train. And now we got 2 kids. And that's one of many stories of people that are on the drugs that I'm hearing, trying to recover, and not getting the help that they really need. Same with the houseless. My friends that are Negro Cuba, Leonardo Torres is his name. These guys are in 65 and 70, living houseless out on the beach of the end of Milpas, corridor, Mr. Lee. Thank you and congratulations on your position. I really need your help with that. Doctors Without Borders have dropped the ball 3 times before I got here, and then talking, and they didn't meet up with me. And then also, there's many that are not helping the problems, but I'm here to help. I really am. And I have all the solutions, like Yananali Garden that I helped get that renovation and put my ideas, and it looks like they actually implemented some of them. But please help if you guys can. Reach out to me. Check out Stop Geoengineering California Facebook page. And I'm here to help bring peace to our environment and to the people. Stop in the ice and create a super community center there at where the National Guard Armory is, that Santa Barbara Unified School District paid $11 million to have it, but it just sits there, and if you look at it, go walk around, people, at that National Guard Armory on Canon Perdido, where I used to live on 822 East Canon Perdido, where Habitat for Humanity is. Again, one of the projects and things that I said in front of the council, and then I had to leave because people didn't come together and let me put my piece in and let me participate and teach painting at a higher level. So we need to come down and show how we can actually take back our government, and you guys actually
Thank you, Rennie. That
either
is your time.
do what you need to do, or you guys are all fired, and I'm sorry to have to say it that way.
Thank
but
you,
when
Rennie.
they're still spraying our skies
That is your time.
and burning our houses down.
Thank you, Mr. Strong.
And that concludes public comment on A3.
If I want to just bring Ms. Keelan back, please. Patricia, if you might just come back to the mic, because I just wanted to have some comments and listen to the other board. No, Ms. Keelan.
Oh, you don't want to answer my question? Oh, of course you don't.
Communify.
But I
yes.
hope you do.
Thank you, sir.
The Notice Corridor, I'll be there, I'll be speaking out. I do social media on a big level, Mr. Soul.
Thank you, sir.
Much love to everybody. It's for the people and the earth.
Well, just to bring us back here, thank you. I just want to acknowledge that it's actually extremely fitting that we are talking about 211 services and the fact that Communify for so long has carried this mantle of these essential lifelines for people: food, care, healthcare, et cetera. And I just know that it's been quite a week for you all, and I wanted to acknowledge the incredible chaos and uncertainty of potential federal funds that do fund a lot of these services, and I just ask you to, you gave a nod to it, but just give us a little bit more of an idea of what those services, the people that are behind those services are going through this week, and any ways that we can support. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair Capps. I think that we are all in the nonprofit community feeling a great deal of anxiety right now. At Communify, 3 of our major programs are federally funded, as you may be aware. Our Head Start program that serves approximately 600 families on a daily basis, providing quality early childhood education, as well as nutritious meals and snacks for our children, providing parenting education and opportunities for leadership and volunteerism for our Head Start families, as well as providing weatherization services. Our weatherization program is federally funded. We weatherize over 100 homes every year, providing energy-efficient water heaters and refrigerators, primarily to seniors who sometimes don't have water heaters. Sometimes their refrigerator is no longer working, or their stove, and we're able to keep them living independently in their homes without the assistance of some assisted living facility. In addition to that, our energy assistance program provides utility bill assistance for vulnerable families and seniors, helping to keep the electric on so that they can, in turn, buy prescriptions or keep food on their table. So this, what we're facing right now is potentially devastating for our community, for those who are most vulnerable. And we're obviously very concerned about the near future, and hope that we will be able to continue to serve our most vulnerable children, families, youth, and seniors in the coming year.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you elaborating on that, and I will be with you on Saturday, and perhaps we need to rally together now more than ever. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, Madam Clerk. Item number 4, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 4 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Hartman, is to adopt a resolution proclaiming January 27th, 2025 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Josh Levine of Hillel. And Josh, if you can please make your way to the podium, and I will go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the Holocaust was the state-sponsored systematic persecution and annihilation of European Jewry by Nazi Germany and its collaborators between 1933 and 1945, in which 6 million Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews were murdered, among which were 1.5 million children, and Roma, Gypsies, people with disabilities, and Poles were targeted for destruction or decimation for racial, ethnic, and national reasons, and millions more, including LGBTQ+ individuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, Soviet prisoners of war, political dissidents, journalists, and judges, also suffered grievous oppression and death under Nazi tyranny. And whereas the United States Congress has long honored the fact that the armies of the United States were the primary discoverers of the locations used for extermination, the records of the systematic genocide, and the few survivors. And whereas the historians, the United States Congress, and the courts generally recognize the Holocaust as an occurrence not only of European history, but also of the history of the United States. And whereas of those few survivors of the Holocaust, many subsequently immigrated to the United States, and they and their descendants now form an integral, valued part of our society. And whereas, notwithstanding these well-recognized historical truths, there are those in contemporary society in the United States and the world who, for purposes of sowing hatred, disruption, and division, and to justify continuing discrimination, not only against Jews, but also against other minority populations and peoples, persist in denying them. And whereas the history of the Holocaust offers an opportunity to reflect on the moral responsibilities of individuals, societies, and governments, as it is moral responsibility of every American government agency and every citizen to not only remember history, but to stand together with vulnerable populations and against distortion and denial, to model not only tolerance, but also acceptance, and to educate future generations. And whereas, pursuant to the United Nations General Assembly's unanimously adopted resolution designating January 27th as Holocaust Remembrance Day. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors declares January 27th as International Holocaust Remembrance Day in Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
Well, thank you very much, Supervisors Capps and Hartman and all of you for a few minutes of your time today and for such a beautiful and thoughtful resolution. I'm Josh Levine, here representing Santa Barbara Hillel, an organization in Isla Vista that serves the Jewish student, faculty, and staff community, and friends and allies at UCSB and SBCC. So UCSB has the highest percentage of Jewish students in the entire UC system. And our job is to make sure they're safe, connected, able to flourish. They don't need our help to have fun, but we help them have fun too, and experience Jewish joy and thrive in this wonderful Santa Barbara multi-faith, multi-ethnic, multicultural community. And after October 7th, our efforts have expanded as we have seen a spike of anti-Semitism around the world, around the country, and yes, here in Santa Barbara too. In the U.S., those with significant anti-Semitic beliefs have more than doubled in 5 years, the highest levels in 60 years. And in 4 of the past 5 years, this figure has broken records. In the US, 76% of respondents of a recent poll said they believed another Holocaust could occur. So while this resolution is so important, the reason it's so important is because we are moving in the wrong direction as a country and as a world. And I'm honored to be here today on a week that marks the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. But it wasn't just liberated in 1945. People liberated Auschwitz. Armies, allies liberated Auschwitz. A moment ago, in historic terms, the Holocaust in which 6 million Jews were systematically murdered happened really yesterday. Systematic murder conducted in so many respects by ordinary people, a system that couldn't have happened without a system of dehumanization. And friends, dehumanization is rising of Jews and of others, and we are moving in the wrong direction. After the Holocaust, the world said, "Never forget, never again." And October 7th, and in light of the alarming statistics I shared earlier, we added to it, "Never again is now." So resolutions like today's help us all remember and help us learn from the past so we can create a better future. As the Jewish prayer, the Aleinu, reminds us, it is on all of us to repair and to unite the world. So thank you very much for today's resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. And I just want to say, personally thank you for the joy and the love that you bring to the community of Isla Vista. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, now we'll move on to administrative items pulled by the board and the public.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we will begin with administrative item number 9. Administrative item number 9 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding a funding agreement for Isla Vista mutually beneficial capital projects under 2024 University of California Settlement Agreement, and this is in the 2nd District.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just quickly pulled this because it's another opportunity to thank this board for having entered into litigation with the University of California, Santa Barbara over the lack of housing, which resulted in $3.6 million. And this transfer of funds, almost $500,000, will literally light up a children's park in the area of Isla Vista, a very low-income area where families really live and where a lot of kids live in a very dense part of our county. So I just wanted to acknowledge the board's action before I joined it by entering into this litigation with UCSB that resulted in literally lighting up more playgrounds and safety for the children of Isla Vista. Thank you. So I guess I will move approval of those funds.
Second.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we will now move to administrative item number 15, which is sponsored by the Public Works Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a state-county freeway maintenance agreement for Highway 101 at Refugio Road in the 3rd District.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, Chair Capps, can we actually read in A16 as well? I just want to speak to both of these.
Sure.
Administrative item number 16 is also sponsored by Public Works Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a state-county freeway maintenance agreement for Highway 101, Segment 4B, and this is in the 1st District.
All right. Thank you, Chair Capps. Mr. Sned, if you're available here for a moment. These two items are about freeway maintenance agreements. Those are agreements between the county and Caltrans. There's obviously a lot of work going on on various facilities that they have, and what drew my attention was that there was areas that are in Caltrans right away that they're asking us to now pay for and maintain in perpetuity, and I just wanted to just understand that a little bit better. We obviously have a significant amount of infrastructure in our county that we already have to maintain, and so it draws on those resources when we have to maintain state resources as well, and so that's always something that gives me pause when I see that come across the board. So could you speak to these specific freeway maintenance agreements, especially the areas that are within Caltrans or state right-of-way? And then what is this looking like in the future? Is there a trend going on here with the state? And what can we do to help you maybe push back on that a little bit?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. Thank you for that question. Freeway maintenance agreements go back decades, and they're a good concept where they delineate the responsibilities when a county road is intersecting with the freeway. And so in these instances, these county roads have been the county road's been maintained by the county going back decades, and that's reflected in freeway maintenance agreements. When new projects come in, the freeway maintenance agreements need to be updated. New projects have a lot more complicated and additional elements than you used to have back in the 30s and 50s when it was just two roads crossing each other. So the freeway maintenance agreements become more complicated and nuanced and a little bit more of a negotiation about the different elements when you have a county road intersecting or crossing with the freeway. So the two before you today reflect many meetings of negotiations between Caltrans and the county and a lot of help from county council on getting us to a fairly balanced maintenance agreements. We are seeing a trend where Caltrans is asking local agencies to take on additional responsibilities within the state right-of-way that we feel kind of go beyond a balance of freeway maintenance agreement. So while these are pretty balanced, we're a little concerned that future ones are heading a different direction. So we've been working locally with District 5, and we'll be working at a state advocacy level to ensure that local agencies are responsible for the local agency roads, and Caltrans is responsible for those elements that the state should be responsible for.
Yeah, thank you for that. Our county and our county taxpayers and a lot of our regional dollars go towards improving Caltrans's responsibility areas, and I would often argue in a disproportionate amount. And so it's really, somewhat adds insult to injury when we're then asked to do ongoing maintenance of those facilities in perpetuity. And so, I just think, I guess from, I'm fine with moving forward with these, but I just want to send a message to Caltrans and maybe signal to you in these negotiations, stay strong and in defending the county's position on these agreements moving forward. I think it's really important that, that we negotiate a strong relationship there. Again, we are giving already here in this county. I mean, you look at how many local dollars are going into state projects here that are greater than potentially our responsibility as the locality and the municipalities, and we've committed to that. But again, as we move forward, let's make sure that we're getting good.
Public comment for those who wish to speak on items that are not on the agenda.
Yes, Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 6 requests to speak from the public on general public comment today, and we are going to begin on Zoom with Anna Marie Gott, to be followed by Lonnie Gordon. Anna?
Good morning, Supervisors. The catastrophic wildfires that occurred in Los Angeles last month have affected the availability and cost of housing in Santa Barbara. I have personally seen dozens of posts on Nextdoor from Santa Barbara, as well as San Ynez, from people looking for housing for themselves or others. And I imagine that others have seen these posts all over the county. Realtors have also reported a jump in sales from those fleeing the Los Angeles County due to the fires. I have even heard of a home builder in Orchid that is fielding phone calls from fire victims. And I am sure that you have all seen the news stories on the Independent and Newshawk on the temporary and permanent spikes in school enrollment and services for children of fire evacuees. With the obvious demand in housing, we are going to see rent increases. That is just a fact when we're dealing with a scarce commodity. And these people are competing with our residents and our workforce. On January 16th, the County of Santa Barbara's Office of Emergency Management requested the governor's office and relevant state agencies consider adjacent and nearby counties when determining programming and resources for Los Angeles fire evacuees and survivors. I do not know, however, if that would include a declaration that would include Santa Barbara County that would protect everyone from rent gouging. And I suspect that this request did not. Today, I'm asking that the Board of Supervisors or the legislative committee actually take action and send a letter to the governor requesting such a declaration. You know that we have a housing crisis, and I think that you also have been contacted by constituents or are aware of people that are looking for housing from outside of our area due to the fires. And I hope that you would really consider sending this letter. I think it's imperative that we really cap the rent increases and that we do not allow any price gouging in the county of Santa Barbara due to this horrific event. Thank you.
We will remain on Zoom for Lonnie Gordon, and then we will come to Santa Barbara with Marcia Wirtz. Lonnie?
Good morning, supervisors. I accidentally signed up for the open forum. I really wanted to speak on item number 3. I received the information regarding your agenda very late because of the Malibu and Palisades fires I've been working on. So I know that I can't speak on number 3 in this open forum, but thank you for the opportunity right now. I'll wait. Is it possible to wait for number 3?
Yes, Lonnie, we will move your public comment to departmental item number 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with Marcia Wirtz to be followed by Ronald Paris Green. Marcia? Marcia, please proceed.
Good morning, Marcia Wirtz, Santa Barbara County resident. And anyway, I just had emailed all of you this over the weekend regarding some upcoming things you'll be discussing regarding the wireless ordinance here in the county. And so were some of the things I wanted to just kind of reiterate. Can you hear me?
Actually, if you could please save your comment for when we take up that item, that would be more appropriate.
Oh, I see,
for our
that
rules.
particular part of my
Yeah,
comment.
exactly.
Sure, I can do that. And however, given that it's my time to comment right now, just on any matters.
Not on the agenda. You're welcome to.
Oh, okay. I see. Isn't this general public comment
For
time?
things that aren't on our agenda. You
Okay,
can talk
so
about anything.
at this point,
Yeah.
let's not keep doing because you're cutting into my time as the clock is rolling. And
We'll make sure you have your time.
Thank you. So just regarding general comment, so anyway, that was those, I just have general concerns throughout the county. But anyways, because something I would like to just bring up, though, while I have a moment here, is that living in Lompoc, we've got, this has been ongoing for a while, and I've emailed a number of you, Nelson's office as well as Hartman's office, probably going back 3, 4, 5 years. We do have an infrasound vibrational noise that is ongoing, and it's most heard during the evening hours and through the night. So I do not know what this could possibly be coming from, but living in that part of the county, I've had in that city, but it's also within the county jurisdiction, a number of residents within the city, but also without the city, people that I do know have had issues of the same complaints. So maybe there's some sort of mechanical something going on from the county area that you guys could look into. And I've spoken to Ms. Hartman's assistant, Alma, on a number of occasions. So it's the same ongoing issue. So and then all I could just note here is just from my observations, if the board doesn't engage with the public, I know sometimes maybe someone said something, but if there's engaging going on, then it kind of accelerates and turns into like kindergarten room or something. So thank you, everyone. Have a nice day. Okay, all right.
Thank you.
We will now remain in Santa Barbara with Ronald Paris Green to be followed by Karen Howenstein. Ronald? Is Ronald not here? Oh, Ronald, yes.
Did you call my name?
It's your turn.
I'm so pleased to be here. I haven't been in a couple of years. My name is Ron Paris. I'm 82 years old.
Hold on, Ronald, thank
beg your
you.
pardon?
If you can please silent your phones, that would be much appreciated.
Oh, yeah, they're trying to contact me. And I'm here on Good News, St. Paul, First Black Church. We've been approved to be historical. That's good news. Other good news is that I was there at the roundabout, and I felt alone for a moment because I was there by myself with Channel 3. And then I saw all the Latino people come, but still they wanted to know why I was there. And I was there because they're my people. Well, I'm colorblind, you're all my people. The other news is in reference to my new position of being the new entertainment director at the Blue Owl. I'm celebrating, God be willing, my birthday today. I'll be 83 years old. Don't start nothing. And no, I'm not singing today, but I'm just want to give thanks for the policemen that were there for the roundabout. ICE too, did a great job. No one got arrested. Maybe they got a little loud, but it was a great event for Santa Barbara. I live about 2 blocks from Le Beau on Milpas, and yes, they closed. I was so proud of the ones that they didn't, they liked that food, but they weren't there. They might be there today. I don't know. I'm not concerned with that. And other than that, I'm inviting everyone that can come to the Blue Owl, the Blue Owl for my birthday. Reason being, it's not a large facility, particularly for you young people. It only holds about 30, 40 people. It's going to be more than that, but anyway, and the police might be there too. And this is very important to me. My sister is Wendy Sims from Oakland. She's on the Santa Barbara School District. My piano player is Dean Carlson at UCS Beach. He's going to be playing keyboard for me on my birthday, the 14th, just doing 2 shows. And I can't do 3, 4 shows for you youngsters, nobody. This right here is something that was did a long time ago. I've been here 27 years, by the way, in Santa Barbara. As you see, I'm very high profile. There's a reason for it. This right here is a picture of Julia Childs. Julia would have agreed with me if she was here. Now, well, she was with me here. And the next one is, I think that's Priscilla Presley, Elvis's wife. How about that? Where she's standing next, anyway, whatever, she's there because she believes the same way I do. Brad Garrett is down here someplace. Other than that, as I said before, I'm just so thankful. When I woke up this morning, I got excited. We've got some issues as far as people that love dogs on Milpas. If any of you have been around, every morning I get up, I love the dogs, but they're not picking it up. We need some type of sign to at least express to them. I know some of you know what I'm talking about. And try to pick it up because they don't pick it up, and I almost stepped in some a couple of weeks ago. It's not good. I almost slipped. It was not good at all.
Thank you, Ronald. That is your time.
I beg your pardon?
Thank you. That is your time.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's all. I clap for you all. God bless you. Thank you.
And we will now go to our final speaker, Karen Howenstein. Karen?
Good morning, everybody. Karen Howenstein from District 3. You were given a handout. I'm using my public comment period to give you some background because I'm also going to be speaking on a developmental item regarding the towers. If you go to page 3 of the handouts I gave you, you'll see that the fields behind the law enforcement officers and Bob Campbell are planted currently in a winter crop. The winter crop setup that these fields have now is the winter crop setup that these fields have had for the past 50 years, except for 2 seasons where we had to put up with those outdated, ill-maintained, loud vibrational wind machines that were used to change the seasons for the strawberries, which grow during the summer. But you have to do her tremendous efforts in order to change the seasons during the winter time, and it does cost the growers a lot of money, a lot of trouble, and they chose, instead of to do hoops, they chose to use these outdated wind machines that kept us up at night for 2 whole seasons. Now, Joan, this was in the middle of when I was needing to support my parents with all the situations and the potential litigation that they are involved in. So I was also trying to work at the same time. And the house that we stay in, which is only 200 feet away from the site where the Campbells decided they wanted to place this 5G antenna, and we'll talk about that. But I'm just saying that we've attempted to speak about this to the Campbells, the owners of the property, and the growers who's made millions off of what they've done, and they've rejected our inquiries. We're trying to avoid litigation, and we'll talk more on this later. Thank you very much.
And that concludes general public comment for today.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we may proceed to departmental item number 2.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding allocating the 2024 and 2025 Coastal Resource Mitigation Fund CRUMF grants.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. We are here today to present information on, we do want to give the money away, yes.
Good.
We come every 2 years to talk about the allocation of the Coastal Mitigation Fund. And today I have Katie Nall and Aaron Briggs to present. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Nall.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Katie Nall, and I will be presenting the Coastal Resource Mitigation Fund, or the CRUMF cycle, for 2024 and 2025. For today's hearing, staff will be giving a presentation going over CRUMF's 2-year cycle. Then, in order of proposal number, each applicant will be given an opportunity to provide a 3-minute presentation describing their proposal in more depth. And to conclude, your board will deliberate to determine the final grant allocations. Staff's recommendations are that you receive our presentation today and approve staff's recommended grant allocations for the 2024 and 2025 award cycle, direct staff to prepare non-county related contracts, defer $790,377 of acquisition money to the fund deferral program, and finally, determine that the allocation of CRUMF funds to be exempt from CEQA. Let's start with a brief overview of the CRUMF program. 3 oil and gas facilities pay annually into CRUMF because of their coastal-related impacts and the need to mitigate for those impacts. The program's guidelines stipulate that 50% of CRUMF fees be directed towards coastal acquisition projects and the other 50% be directed towards general allocation projects, such as capital improvement or education. To begin the cycle, staff solicits proposals, evaluates submitted proposals based on board-approved CRUMF criteria, then recommends proposals for CRUMF awards to the Board of Supervisors, who ultimately award the grants. For this 2-year cycle, the General Allocation Fund contains $318,600, half of which derives from the 2024 fees and the other half from the 2025 fees. The Coastal Acquisition Fund received the same fees and also has an existing balance of $471,777 in the fund deferral program, which is unused money from previous cycles. Therefore, the current Coastal Acquisition Fund totals $790,377. Please note that this slide does incorrectly say $371,000 is currently in the fund deferral program. The correct amount is more, $400,000. So during this cycle, the county received 10 proposals, all of which was for general allocation projects. During staff's evaluation, one proposal was withdrawn by the applicant. Therefore, the remaining 9 proposals that will be discussed today are requesting a total of $709,217, which is more than currently available in the general allocation fund. Because no proposals for coastal acquisitions were received, staff recommends deferring the total balance to the fund deferral program to be carried over into the next cycle. Attachment A of the board letter includes a detailed evaluation of each of the 9 proposals and staff's recommendations. These next 3 slides will summarize the proposals received and staff's recommendations for general allocations. The proposals are organized by district. Up first, Nature Track submitted a proposal to purchase 3 new Freedom Tracks devices as well as equipment for a new trailer to transport the devices. Your board has awarded grants to this applicant in the past for purchases of these same Tracks devices. Staff recommends a partial grant to cover all items in the request with the exception of 1 less Tracks device. The CRUMF guidelines encourage applicants to combine CRUMF grants with other funding sources to fund their projects in their entirety. And staff recommends a less than full award because in this case, the applicant is requesting 100% of the proposal's budget from CRUMF. Next, the Santa Barbara Wildlife Care Network is requesting money for their existing wildlife hospital. The funds would support veterinary care and rehabilitation to seabirds. Staff recommends a partial grant to cover everything in the budget with the exception of ongoing or operational costs, which CRUMF guidelines specify the program does not fund. The third proposal was withdrawn by the applicant during the evaluation process. The fourth proposal is from the City of Santa Barbara and requests funding for installing new or more secure bicycle racks in the coastal zone of the city where bike parking is currently absent or limited. Staff again recommends partial funding for the locations with the strongest coastal nexus. Staff does not recommend funding for Proposal 5, which is from the County Community Services District, requesting funds for Lookout Park access improvements in Summerland. This proposal has received CRUMF funding in the past, but the amount of funds requested when compared to the amount of funds available would be relatively unhelpful considering this project's total budget. The CRUMF funds could be better utilized in other proposals. Proposal 6 is from the Santa Cruz Island Foundation to create Channel Islands educational curriculum programs for various class levels and groups, as well as purchasing equipment to assist with organizing and archiving educational materials. Staff recommends a small grant for the equipment request because the CRUMF guidelines specify that the program does not fund ongoing or operational costs associated with implementation of a curriculum. The Fish Reef Project has submitted 2 requests this cycle, the first being installation of sea cave exhibits at the Santa Barbara Maritime Museum and also at the Natural History Museum's Sea Center. Staff recommends a partial grant for the creation of the exhibits. However, staff does not recommend CRUMF funding for their second proposal, which is number 8, AI monitoring of the Goleta Sea Caves, which proposes to purchase and install 5 underwater AI cameras to identify and count fish species. No funding is being recommended because 30 monitoring cameras were funded by a CRUMF grant in the previous cycle, so data is already being collected by the existing cameras at the sea caves off of Goleta Beach. Proposal 9 is from UCSB to restore the Campus Point Bluff-top from removal of non-native ice plant and old military-era asphalt, ultimately restoring coastal bluffs to protect degraded Chumash sites. The proposal also includes installing educational signs about the Chumash's use of the area. Staff recommends a partial award of $50,000. The final proposal is from the Lompoc Unified School District, requesting funding for Phase 2 of the Cabrillo High School Aquarium to construct a new exhibit using tanks acquired from the Monterey Bay Aquarium. Staff recommends a partial fund of $90,000. As stated at the beginning of the presentation, grantees are requesting approximately twice as much funding as is available in the current 2-year cycle. Staff does not recommend granting the full request for any of the 9 proposals in order to spread the funding more equitably between each of the applications. All proposals would be contingent upon the applicant securing any additional funding needed for their respective project, in addition to these CRUMF awards. The recommended actions are listed again on this slide. This concludes staff's presentation. Following any questions by the board, you will then receive the applicant's presentations, which will be provided in proposal number order. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board at this point? Supervisor Hartman.
I just had a quick question. What is the internal process that staff uses to make its recommendations?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, once staff receives the proposals, we assess them together using the CRUMF criteria. There's 8 steps of the criteria, and we basically outlined in attachment A of the staff report. We identify each of those 8 criteria for each proposal, and we say if it complies with that criteria, we give it a plus. If it doesn't comply, a negative, and if it's somewhere in between, we do a plus negative. And then at the end, we kind of assess the ones that meet the criteria more.
And how big is the panel?
You're looking at it.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. The coastal acquisition dollars, is that kind of always open for people to apply, or is it just every 2 years? How does that cycle work?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. It's the same as the regular allocation projects. So it's available during the 2-year cycle. However, any funds that are not used during the 2-year cycle are deferred to the next cycle.
Well, I guess that's where my question comes is, if a acquisition opportunity presents itself, in 6 months from now, is a nonprofit or the county able to then apply for those funds and get action on that sooner than later? It seems like that's something that we need to be more nimble on.
No, unfortunately, they do have to wait until the cycle is open, because staff has to come before your board in order to open the cycle and allow people to submit applications.
And right now, there's no applications for acquisition, right?
Correct.
And then on the acquisition side, is that specifically to the Gaviota Coast, or is there other coastal acquisition opportunities that can come from those funds?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, it can be any opportunity within the county. It does have to have some sort of coastal nexus per the regulations and the criteria, but it can be any property within the county.
Okay, and these guidelines are our guidelines, right, the boards? So at some point in the future, we could change that if we wanted to bring something sooner. We wouldn't necessarily our hands wouldn't necessarily be tied if we wanted to take additional action to do that for whatever reason.
That's correct.
Okay. And I guess I have some questions about some of the projects when those come about, but thank you for now.
Any other overview questions from the board? Okay, thank you to staff. I think we can move into the project presentations. Looking forward to it. Okay. Chair and members of the board, the first item will be the Nature Tracks Foundation.
Just a minute to set these up. Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to present today and for your past support. I'm here today to seek your continued support for our grant request to add the FTX Freedom Tracks to our inventory. Your support has helped break down accessibility barriers for wheelchair users in Santa Barbara County. Thanks to NatureTrack and your investment, last year alone, 251 wheelchair users were able to traverse beach sand and navigate coastal trails, experiences that were once out of reach. Through our Tracks lending program, many have even been able to take their tracks on vacation. In this picture, Stefan is a tank on a tracks, and it's the Halloween he says his son will never forget. Rather than just telling you about the impact of our Tracks program, I want you to hear directly from those whose lives have been transformed by it, experiences. Their stories will demonstrate firsthand how your continued support can expand opportunities for even more individuals in our communities.
Is that enough? Yeah. Good morning. I wish I could walk on the sand, but I can't. So this device gives me a sense of that. It's the closest I can have of freedom, enjoying the beach, that otherwise I won't be able to. So thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. This is my daughter, Dylan. This is her in the newest Nature Tracks, the FTX, and she is 9. Goes to school in Goleta, and she was born with cerebral palsy, and she's primarily a wheelchair user. For Dylan, she can't walk on the beach, she can't go hiking, she can't access other, normal recreational areas like other kids can. So the Freedom Tracks is her freedom to explore. And Sue's organization has allowed her to use that anytime she wants. We've borrowed the Freedom Tracks for family beach days, hiking. She got to take her dog to the beach many times. She goes to the Elwood Preserve to see the monarchs. For school field trips, she does the Nature Track trips with the Freedom Tracks to the Douglas Preserve in Hendry's. She went to the Botanical Gardens and the Royal Hondo Preserve, all with her school. She also borrowed it for a weekend for Girl Scouts and a day of adaptive surfing. So we've used the older version quite a few times. Recently, we tried the new FTX, and Dylan says, "Mom, it's a game changer." It's customized for you to use your own wheelchair, so she can put her chair, which is customized for her body, for her needs, her side support, her back support, her foot support, and she can just haul down the sand. She feels super safe and comfortable using her own chair, and she doesn't have to transfer into an adult chair that's too big for her. In Dylan's words, the Freedom Tracks lets me go where my friends go. It lets me hike and climb the highest mountains, hug a redwood tree, chase dolphins from the shore, and go places and see things I never thought I would. And it makes me free. As parents of Dylan, who's a disabled child, there are very few activities that cater to the wheelchair community, and raising a child with a disability is very expensive, despite what people think. We don't get a lot of free things, so having this free resource and Sue's kindness to loan them out to us has completely changed our lives. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
Do I answer questions now?
Yes.
Yes.
I had a question. Thank you so much for taking us to the beach and hearing directly from people who have an opportunity to experience this. The word I keep hearing is freedom. I think you have docents or people who lead some of your trips who also can do it and take this role on because of this device.
Yes. If you look at this picture right here, 2 of the volunteers who made our anniversary or docent celebration last year use wheelchairs and lead field trips for us. So we've opened up the ability for people in the community to volunteer for activities for organizations that they thought maybe they couldn't support or be a volunteer for.
Well, I just think it's really important that you've brought this to our county and to our awareness. I know that our county parks has wheelchairs that are tires, but I can't wait until we adopt these for county parks. I'm eager to figure a way we can do it, so thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, Supervisor
I'm just
Lavanino.
curious, how many of those do you have now?
So we have 15. Okay. You have funded 7 of the FT1s for us. And because we lend these out, I do want to assure you that what you fund is always available in Santa Barbara. We're never short tracks if a Santa Barbara resident would like to borrow one or participate in our activities. The FTX is what I'd like to increase our inventory of, and this is perfect for a child's wheelchair, whereas our FT1s do not fit a child's wheelchair. So this is the newest version, and I don't know if you saw in the proposal or if I even put it in, but they're all manufactured in Golden, Colorado. They're made in the USA.
I have a further follow-up. And I think, have you worked with the manufacturer to help specify and adapt, and so they've learned from your experience?
Oh yeah, very
yeah.
much so. I've been there twice to visit the facility. It's ironic, it's 5 miles from where I grew up. So.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'll just add my appreciation for the work. Making the outdoors accessible is such a noble cause, and it's just wonderful to see the smiles on people's faces of these images. So thank you so much. I don't know if we take, Madam Clerk, if I can have some direction if we vote on everything at the end? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Nature.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to project number 2 then, please.
Project 2 is the Wildlife Hospital equipment with Ariana Katovich.
I don't think I can follow Nature Track, but I'm going to try. And I know your daughter too, so I just, yeah. Anyway, I'm Ariana. I'm the executive director at Santa Barbara Wildlife Care Network. I have the privilege of working for this organization. We're open 365 days a year to rescue and rehabilitate wildlife and release them back to the wild. We see daily injuries like hook and line entanglements. We have individually oiled animals from natural seeps, or we see very large-scale system problems like the 2022-2024 pelican events, where hundreds of sick pelicans were brought to our center in the span of 3 or 4 weeks. Our organization needs to stay equipped and prepared for whatever comes through our door. We treat over 200 species a year, from bobcat to hummingbird, and of course, a variety of seabirds. We assist community members, cities, the county, our state and federal partners to care for these animals, and we do not charge for our services. We really appreciate your consideration to ensure that we have the capacity and the preparedness to handle the needs of wildlife. It's really incredible from my perspective to witness the care and compassion that goes into this work. The sheer skill it takes to tube feed a seabird every 45 to 60 minutes a day. Now, if you have 12 to 15 seabirds all eating fish slurry or being fed fish and medications, we take x-rays. We use very specialized equipment to surgically remove hooks that birds might swallow. We have to stay completely prepared to rehabilitate oiled birds, which requires tremendous effort and resources and training. It is very intensive to wash an oiled bird, whether it's been affected by a large spill or whether it has natural seepage on its feathers. I'm incredibly proud of our team for really pouring their heart and soul into staying trained, ready, and prepared. We've worked very hard to retain staff so that we can provide this service with our partners whenever that need arises. And I just want to close by inviting you, if you haven't been, to the Santa Barbara Wildlife Care Network to see the work of our hospital in person. I think you'll be impressed with what goes into our operation, the number of volunteers we have, the number of staff that's required, our facilities. Is actually pretty stunning. And I hope that you get a chance to take advantage of this offer. And we serve every constituent in every district here at the board. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll just echo that I had no idea how extensive the work that you do is until I went and saw it, and also just how big the operation is with treating so many different types of animals. So thanks for being here today. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I just wanted to add that your organization has really thrived under your leadership. But when you call animal services, they deal with domestic animals. And if you have a bobcat dying or ill in your yard, which I had one day, I didn't know where to go. And so I got to the Wildlife Care Network. It's really, really significant, the value added you give to county animal services. And the volunteer effort, I mean, baby birds are, every few minutes they have to be fed?
Every 20 to 30 minutes from dawn to dusk. And I wasn't a math major, but when you calculate 100 to 150 birds at one time, it's between 3,000 and 5,000 feedings a day.
Yeah. So anyway, it's mind-boggling, and just thank you to the people who do it. I think we all benefit from that.
Thank you. I will pass that on to our staff, and I speak for everyone. I say it's really an honor to do what we do.
Thank you so much. We'll move ahead to
Thank
project
you.
number 3. Thank you.
Proposal 3 was withdrawn, so we'll move on to Proposal 4, which is bicycle rack parking in Santa Barbara.
Good morning, Chair Caps and Supervisors. My name is Sam Furtner, Mobility Coordinator with the City of Santa Barbara. And I would just say we're very grateful to be here today before you. We took the opportunity prior to this meeting to discuss with different district supervisors or their staff. We feel that the project is fairly straightforward, but really the goal of leveraging coastal resource mitigation funding is to bring increased accessibility for active transportation users to our waterfront and coastal zone areas in the city of Santa Barbara. So we're really looking for ways to improve bike access and really provide some critical end-of-ride facilities for users that go to those very popular destinations in the city. As I mentioned, we've walked through this proposal with district supervisors, and I'll give you some time back today. I just wanted to say thank you for your time and consideration, and we're here and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions for the City of Santa Barbara? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. So if you didn't receive these funds from from CRIMF, is this already part of your capital improvement plan, or how's this project look? You know, what was the funding? How much of the percentage of it would be coming from this this grant versus what the city's going to be putting in?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. Great question. The short answer is a lot of our bicycle rack infrastructure is aging and ready for replacement, and we do not have official budget dedicated to rack replacement at this time. So the city was hoping to leverage grant monies both through Coastal Resource Mitigation Fund, potentially South Coast Measure A, and also looking at ATP program funding for this to help us get across the line of a larger install with some updated racks.
So this would go towards rack replacement, or are these new racks? I'm sorry, maybe I didn't get deep enough into the presentation.
Excellent question. This would go to both. We have areas through the coastal zone, particularly in the waterfront, where we have a real dearth of bike parking. For example, from Stearns Wharf all the way to the East Beach volleyball parks, we have a total of 5 publicly accessible bike racks on the beach side. I continue to field public comment and requests for more bike parking, and as you've seen in some of the photos, we see a lot of bicycle parking impacts down in the the harbor and waterfront areas. We're also seeing more impacts in areas that previously didn't need bike parking. Case in point would be the Mesa. We've really seen a lot more e-bikes in particular traveling up the hill from Shoreline and using facilities on the Mesa. So we've seen kind of a big shift in where bikers are riding and where they'd like to park at their destination.
So this proposal's for the total project cost $75,000, but it sounds like there's a bigger need in the city of Santa Barbara beyond just this specific proposal in the CRIMF.
That is correct. We are looking to replace all bike parking racks in the city with an updated design.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Capps. Sam, I just want to say thank you for bringing this to us. I think this will be a great partnership, especially with the commuter rail coming forward in the near future. These parking spots will be very important in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay. And Project 5 is the Lookout Park access improvements, pedestrian access improvements with Jill Van Wee.
Good morning, Chair Capps and fellow supervisors. Nice to see you. There is a presentation here. We don't have to go through it all, but I just at least wanted to show you what the project entails and what's already in the process of being completed right now via the Highway 101 expansion project via Public Works. So you can, here we go. So this is the part of the project that's being worked on right now by Public Works, and what it does is there's parking along Wallace Avenue, which is just on the other side of those shrubs, and that brings, what the path will do, it will bring people from those new parking areas into the park. What is missing is the link, if you want to go, keep forwarding a little bit. Thank you, Kate. There we go. It'll bring, you can see then the red-lined area. That is the part that Public Works is working on now. The second part of the project is linking that access way to the eastern part of the park. Those improvements on the eastern part of the park were completed in about 2021. It was quite a successful community project. You can leave that. Oh, anyhow, but what we could do, even though it's about an estimated like just under $300,000 to make those final improvements, even additional $30,000 would at least help us get the initial phase of putting the path in, and we could go to phase 2 in future years. But so I just want to thank you for your consideration. And also, all these projects are amazing. So I think it's a really tough call for public, planning and development staff and your staff to piece everything together. And I want to say that even through the Goleta Beach monitoring program that I do monthly, I've brought in 3 wild birds into the Wildlife Care Network Center. So thank you. Anyhow, any questions for me?
Well, I concur that all the projects are amazing. So thanks for saying that. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Jill.
Yeah.
So if this project's not funded through this process, how else is it going to be funded? What's the timeline for this project?
It is, we can either request it through the annual budget if we choose to do so, or we have to go through other grant opportunities. It's not a deferred maintenance project, and we don't really have a lot of capital funds sitting in CSD parks to utilize. So it's just really grant funding is what we're looking to utilize. So there could be Coastal Conservancy, coastal access improvement grants that we could potentially utilize, but again, it's all just applying for funds.
Is this project in our capital improvement plan?
It is in the capital improvement plan.
Okay, so it's on our list of things to do and spend our general fund tax dollars on at some point in the future. So
Correct.
this would be something potentially offset those dollars that might be used for other
Correct. Yeah.
programs or services that the county has, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And is there going to become a point in this project that you guys need to move forward and find funds through your existing budget, your capital budget, or is this kind of just a nice to have right now? I mean, I know it's, I guess that's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. It is not a critical path project. It's not an essential, like priority 1 or 2. It probably is more of a priority 3, however, so it's just ranking on the other capital projects that we have and all the maintenance, all the storm projects that we're trying to implement and get completed. So it's not the highest priority, but it is, I think, utilizing grants appropriate to the coast, and especially this one, Summerlin. This park used to be an oil processing plant. There used to be oil fields all outside in the coast there. So it's a unique opportunity for this funding link, I will say. So there's only a couple of coastal grants that would allow us to do this. So it's, again, not the highest priority in the terms of the capital improvement plan, but it's a high priority in coastal access, we'll say. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you for that. That's really important. I think, even our tier 3 and tier 4 projects are still important. They're on the list for a reason. They go through a process, and the board certifies that, and even our planning commission does as well. So I think it's important, but it does help me as we deliberate up here on these various projects to understand exactly the prioritization and the urgency, or maybe not the immediate urgency on this project. So thank you for that right now.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, California voters passed Proposition 4 with $10 billion, and there's a big chunk in there that would go to the Coastal Conservancy. Have we been working with them on this project?
Not yet, but we plan to this year.
Yeah, I think that's a good prospect.
Agreed. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jill. Okay, we have 5 more projects. Project number 6.
6 is the Chrisman California Islands Educational Center. I believe they're online, our applicant. Marla Daly.
Yes, Marla is supposed to be on Zoom, but I am not seeing her. Perhaps we can move on to project number 7. And if Marla is watching us, if you can please log in to provide your presentation, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Number 7 is the Fish Reef exhibit with Chris Goldblatt.
Good morning, honorable supervisors, the CMRF panel, and my fellow awardees that have such worthy, wonderful projects. It's a pleasure to be here. We were awarded a grant for a monitoring last year, and we're proud to say that we've been able to provide some excellent monitoring reports, which are on our website under the California project. The next one will be available in June, so we really appreciate the last grant. It's gone to very good use. So the Fish Reef project deployed 16 CKs, which are our homegrown invention, our technology, which is the premier kelp restoration technology at this point, likely in the world, and that has put Santa Barbara and Goleta as world leaders, as willing participants in kelp restoration technology. The kelp forest is vitally important because it's not only the heart of our marine ecosystem, it does provide a monicum of actual sea defense. So historically, when you have the kelp forest there, which was there for millennia, which went away basically in 1983 due to man-made causes. When the current comes around Campus Point there, it'll deflect off of a heavy kelp forest. And that can help protect the beach, it can help protect the restaurant, and it can help protect the sanitary district, it can help protect the airport and even the 101. So this is a very cost-efficient way for a form of light sea defense to occur. So in just 7 months, we have a full kelp canopy all the way to the surface. This is an aerial shot. It's very difficult to get because we had to get special flight permission to fly a drone in front of the airport. And as you can see, this is our permitted area of 60 feet by 60 feet on the seafloor. It's a 5-year experimental pilot project permit. And so we were just absolutely thrilled that with no artificial seeding or anything of that nature, the giant kelp, the Macrocystis pyrophora, that has died off by more than 90% locally here in the last decade, is now all the way to the surface. Is there another slide, please? And this is a side scan sonar imaging of the 16 on the seabed. There's about a 10-foot sand channel between the two clusters. And this was taken just 2 weeks ago. So this is during what's called winter senescence, where you have the giant kelp to the surface and the smaller, what's called the understory, the smaller algae is kind of sleeping during the cold winter months, and then it'll pop back to life in May. But as you can see, this was a rare, clear day of Goleta. It's very hard to get good visibility there. Each one of the sea caves has recruited a number of giant kelp plants, so it's consistent across the entire project. It's not just spotty where it's just one or two. We have the next slide, please. And a number of listed rockfish, juvenile rockfish have shown up. This is what you call salmon grouper, boccaccio, which were listed. So it's a very wonderful way for the small rockfish to grow, to become reproductive in size and go out to the deeper water. And I'll just summarize by saying that as wonderful as this imagery is, to share it with the public is a challenge. It's kind of out of sight, out of mind. So that makes it wholly appropriate for us to undertake the quite large undertakings of exhibits at the Santa Barbara Maritime Museum and at the Sea Center, and anywhere else that'll have us that we're working on, we're exploring. So we look forward to your support for that, and we look forward to restoring your kelp forest. And if there's anybody watching this that wants to participate in the funding, please reach out to fishreef.org, because we do not rely on public monies just for this. It's through donations and things like that. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate it. It's good to see these images. Any questions or comments from the board?
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'll move along. We're moving quite quickly here. I guess we go to
Proposal 8 is actually also with Fish Reef and Chris Goldblatt.
Yeah. Do you want to come back for project number 8, or was it encompassed?
Sorry, I wasn't prepared because that funding wasn't authorized, which is understandable. But we, just to make further comments,
Sure.
The AI technology was there to capture 24 hours a day, is what it was for, and it's a new technology out of the Netherlands that allows that. They're permanently positioned cameras that have cleaner scrubbers in front of them, and so we're looking for ways to fund that, because it's a time-lapse technology that would actually show it at night. And as useful as cameras in the hands of human beings are, fish are scared of humans for the most part. So if you can have a passive technology that records every movement, not only of the animals, but of the sand, the way the sand moves around the sea caves, so you can get a really good idea of how that works in the different climatic conditions. So that was the idea, and we'll keep moving forward to make that happen. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Mr. Goldblatt. Okay, I guess that means project number 9, or unless we're ready for project number 6.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we are not ready for project number 6, so we can go on to 9.
Great. Project number 9, please.
Which is the UCSB Campus Point Coastal Mesa Restoration.
Thank you. I do have a slide presentation. Thank you very much for considering our request for funding to improve the ecology and public access benefits at Campus Point, which is a clear coastal nexus. Next slide. This is just a close-up of what we call Campus Point, connected to Campus Beach and available and accessible to all the public and to growing cohorts of students. My name is Lisa Stratton, and I run the Cheadle Center for Biodiversity and Ecological Restoration at UCSB, and we train hundreds of students each year in restoration, ecological research, communications, and other things, and engage both passively and actively each cohort of 5,000 students a year that come through, and this is a highly used area. Population counts of users is about 30 an hour. Next slide. This project is fully approved by CEQA and the Coastal Commission, and envisions removing impacts from the military era of ice plant, monoculture, and asphalt used for old military infrastructure, and proposes to restore our native ecosystems and protect Chumash Midden. And we have engaged with members of our coastal Barbareño band to work with us on this. Next slide. This is just showing progress we've been making incrementally over the years. This project isn't, it's just something we want to do. There's no other source of funding for it right now, so we just incrementally work with small grants. This is area we've already restored from ice plant, the green zone. Thank you. Next slide. This is just an image of the asphalt and the runoff and the albedo effect and other impacts that this has had for the last 65 years. Next slide. Our desired outcomes, as I outlined, was restore this 5 acres of coastal mesa, provide public access, remove asphalt and military area impacts, work with Chumash to protect this buried, bulldozed midden, interpret the land use history, including both all the way back to petrified whale fossils that are found in abundance at the base of the cliffs and historic Chumash use of the site, and support and enhance access for users. Next slide. I just wanted to go over the budget. Your staff recommended funding $50,000 of the $80,000 that we'd asked for of our $141,000 budget. And when I found this out from Katie, I went to some donors who have been really supportive to ask if they could help us meet that match, and they were willing to do that. So I'm prepared to implement the project fully with your approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Stratton. I just appreciate how much that area is used by people, not just UCSB students and faculty, but the community. And I just appreciate the attention to the Chumash ancestry with your project, and the fact that you used the response from staff to help you raise the rest. So that's impressive. Supervisor Hartman.
Ice plant is a scourge on our coast and in our county. What is your strategy for removing it? And were you at the North Campus open space, which is a treasure that you part of your legacy? Did you encounter ice plant there?
Ice plant was not an issue at North Campus open space, but it is an issue for Coal Oil Point, who've been working on restoring their bluffs through the same strategy that we use as Campus Point, which is a non-chemical, using black plastic to solarize it. And what's interesting about it is that salt marsh plants, a lot of times ice plant will grow on salt marsh edges, are resilient to this plastic. So they may become white and etiolated, but once the ice plant is dead, after about 3 months of placing this black plastic, then you remove it, and then the salt marsh plants can grow through the dead mat. So you don't create waste, and the dead mat can act as sort of like a weed mat to keep other weeds out. So it's
and you don't have to disturb the soil.
Yeah, it's a very effective, and it's not suitable necessarily for the 1,000 acres at Dangermont Preserve that have ice plant, but there's different scales for different tools.
Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. I was asking the other organizations that are governmental entities about their funding, and so if we weren't able to give you these grant dollars, is there funding at all within UCSB's budget for this type of a project on a trail realignment or some of the removing of some of the
Campus doesn't really
the asphalt and whatnot? Do you guys have remediation funds as well, or out there?
There are sometimes mitigation funds, but areas that are already protected are, I'd rather use mitigation on areas that I can expand our protection. So this is a project, we don't get capital chunks. I have a 25% steward for the position, and that's the amount of money I'm putting towards oversight and management of all the students that will be engaged in this restoration of this area. But probably I would just keep delaying or apply for other funds. It's sort of too small for Coastal Conservancy funds unless I went for a wetland recovery project, and it's not the perfect fit for that.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to just, I'll say I'm impressed that you went out there and found some additional funding when the recommendation didn't quite meet fulfilling your project. So thank you.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Well, our staff was kind to everybody by saving Cabrillo High School students for the end so that no one has to follow them like that. So I believe we're ready for project number 10.
Project 10, Cabrillo High School Aquarium Expansion Phase 2.
We get the hats.
Okay, I just want to say thank you all for the opportunity to be able to speak here today. My name is Gavin Rodriguez, and I'm a head curator at the Cabrillo High School Aquarium, and I'm here to present Phase 2 of our proposed project. Next slide, please. And our aquarium was started in 1986 by just one student, and now we're thriving more than ever, operating over the course of 7 classes, with approximately 200 high school students acting as junior aquarists such as myself. And our current 6,000 square foot facility opened in 2002, and we're currently coming up on our 40th anniversary as a program and our 25th for our facilities. So, demand has never been higher to visit the Cabrillo High School Aquarium. Just last year, we had 10,000 visitors, and that's most in our school's history. And we've more than doubled in the last decade in our attendance. And typically, we're giving tours to local elementary schools. We'll be hosting labs for our local hometown of Lompoc, as well as Santa Maria and other schools in Santa Barbara County. And most of which being Title I schools, such as our very own Cabrillo High School. So to meet this demand, we have our 3-phase Coastal Gallery expansion project. Phase 1, which was the Cal Coastal Wetlands exhibit, was completed back in April of last year. And next we have Phase 2, which Katarina will go over in just a moment. And then we have Phase 3, which is our Aquarium CTE Education Center to host future elementary school tours and labs. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it off to Katarina Roble.
Hi everyone, my name is Katarina Roble. I am a 3-year aquarium CTE completer, and I'm also a head curator, just like Gavin. So our phase 2 is called the Gallery Annex, and essentially what this phase is our largest addition to our aquarium in our history, adding 50% more exhibit space to our floor. With these 8 new exhibits, 6 of them have been donated by the Monterey Bay Aquarium, which this project would not be possible without. This is our first cohesive gallery. It's going to be designed and built all at once. Progress has already started on that. And it's important to us to be able to have this cohesive gallery that's organized so we can send out a one and done kind of message to our community. There are many educational opportunities. With the 50% more exhibit floor space, it will be able to grow our capacity, just like Gavin was talking about earlier. We broke 10,000 this year. And it also alleviates crowding. If you've ever been to an aquarium open house, I invite you to go and see how crowded they are. So with this extra floor space, we'll be able to host more guests and hopefully, increase capacity. This also coordinates efforts across different but related habitats. So we are going to be able to compare what's already on our floor and already in our tanks to this new exhibit, Phase 2 is a giant expansion, and it is decently costly. So thanks to the partnership with all of these beautiful organizations here, we are coming up on our budget. And LUSD programs have been able to donate the work and labor. So it is approximately $300,000, and the estimated donated value of the tanks that we have from Monterey Bay Aquarium are $500,000. So this would not be possible without them. So without further ado, next slide, please. This is the time to say thank you. Previously, you guys have been really good partners with us, and we hope to have your collaboration on this project as well.
Excellent. I think in addition to science, they're teaching you public speaking skills as well. So congratulations. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, this is always a favorite because you're just a shining example of experiential learning, and it isn't just marine science. I mean, you're learning business, accounting, public relations. I mean, it's a business that they're managing, and it's really an outpost in the northern part of our county about coastal resource education. And if I'm remembering correctly, you have reproduced jellyfish there that the Monterey Bay Aquarium looks at you because they haven't been able to do it, or at least that happened historically.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just an extraordinary thing that you students are doing. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, along with many of these students being in the 3rd district, they're also in the 4th district, and there's always a favorite of ours to support. I also just wanted to thank the Lompoc Unified School District for continuing to support this program. Like Chair Capps here that's been on the school board, there's not a lot of extra funds for special programs like this. And so that's needed a concerted effort from the entire community. And obviously, it pays dividend. You see it on the smiles on your guys' faces. We see it in the presentations that you're making to us here today. It's something that I'm always looking forward to this day so that we can continue to invest in your community and your projects. And so this is going to be the top of my list for support today.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. Okay, well, we have the news that Project 6 unfortunately isn't able to present, so that means we can go to board deliberations, but let me just double check to make sure if there are any public comment before we do that.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have no request to speak from the public on this item.
Okay, so it's up to the board to deliberate the funding requests. Who would like to start?
I got one additional question before
Okay,
we get
Supervisor
into
Nelson.
the funding request. Kind of more of a holistic look at this. Over the overview of the CRIMF funds, it identifies the three sources of that are coming from the two oil platforms, and then obviously there's the pipeline and the additional facility that might be reopening. When that was open before, what kind of additional funds were coming to this programs? I know that they've gone down now with that being shut down since the oil spill.
Madam Chair and Supervisor Nelson, you're correct, and we do have that number for you. It's going to take Katie just a second to bring it up.
Thank you. Yeah, just curious. Obviously we have a great list of applications that we've been able to fund right now, but also looking towards the future and additional investments. It's good to keep in mind what other funds may or may not be coming behind it for additional projects like these.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, so when the San Ynez unit was operational, we were taking in about $213,000 just from that.
Okay, so
source.
additional 213 years. So, and that's also the reason why we went to a 2-year cycle, right? Because we weren't receiving as much funds, so we wanted those to accumulate so that we'd have a little bit more to spread out. So if that comes back online, we might be able to in the future maybe go back to a 1-year cycle where we look at these, or we just gather more over the 2-year period to give out. All right, I wanted some clarification on that. I'm happy to get into deliberations, but I also would defer to somebody else to start us off.
Well, thank you. Madam Chair, I'm comfortable with the staff recommendations. All of these are just outstanding projects, and really appreciate the time and energy that goes into making these presentations. Nature Track totally opened up my eyes a couple years back on, I didn't even know that was a need, really, when you think about it. So really appreciate the education on that and how to really change people's lives with doing something that's relatively inexpensive and should have been done a long time ago. We just don't think about it. And I think since I've been here, the Cabrillo Aquarium has come in and rocked everybody's world. So again, like I think our chair said, it's not just what you're learning about, fish biology and the ocean. It's obviously the depth of what your experience is, all the way from, coming here and lobbying and learning about budgets, and it's obviously it changes people's lives and gets them interested in something besides what's on your phone. So that's pretty cool. So I'm fine with staff recommendation.
Thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I think staff has done a great job, small and mighty staff, because this is really hard to figure out which projects and then what level of funding, and so I'm happy to defer, and I think it's a nice mix. I'm especially drawn to the restoration projects, the on the ground projects, especially this year because we don't have any acquisitions. So really glad to see those as part of the mix.
Supervisor Lee.
I will have to agree with Supervisor Hartman, and great recommendation by staff. I too support the recommendation that is putting forward, and I learned so much, and just thank you for what you do.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. So I will concur with my colleagues on staff recommendation. I do want to just kind of bring up a singular point that, the one project that we didn't fund was actually our own. And, that's always something that I look at and go, we have these funds that, as a county, that we have, and we often give it away to nonprofits and schools and other jurisdictions, but that doesn't usually come back the other way. We have CDBG funds that we end up giving to cities who get their own CDBG funds. We have, library funds, and then we also give the cities libraries. And so it kind of rubs me the wrong way sometimes that we're also, putting all these other organizations, or other jurisdictions ahead of our own. I am satisfied that that this isn't an urgent project, the Outlook Point one, but it is something that I think we should be looking at. If there's an opportunity for us to be able to offset capital projects within the county, that allows us to have dollars that were even more fungible to be able to spend on other programs. I understand that this is mitigation money and has guidelines, and I want to respect those, and I also want to be able to invest in some of these nonprofits and these school programs, because I think those are important, that they might not have funding without this. But I do want to keep that in mind, and for staff in the future, as a board member here, we have our fiduciary responsibilities, and we're always pulling from different pots of funds. And so if we can sometimes leverage what we're doing here with CRIMF to satisfy other goals that we have at the county and our expansive capital needs, I want you guys to keep that in mind in future cycles. So just wanted to float that out there. I'm not going to try to pull money from any of these other programs to move to Outlook Park. I do think one of the things that we should always look at on these is what are these dollars leveraging to do more as well. So that's when I was really impressed by UCSB. They've used this to leverage 3x. And Cabrillo's done that as well. This is actually 5x. We're going to give them about $90,000, $100,000, but they're really going to get a $500,000 project. So that's the other criteria that I'm going to be looking at in the future, is that they're just not coming to us to ask us to solve a problem. They're using us as a piece to get to do more in our community. But all that to wrap up, that I support staff's recommendation at this point.
Chair, may I say something else? I just want to echo that. Thank you, Supervisor Nelson. I think we've had a lot of turnover in staff. When I saw this, there are things I know that we could have applied for in the CSD for other items, and I think the director knows that too now, but I think it's just a lack of awareness on our part, and my part as well, in getting the information out to our departments. We always want to be a partner to other agencies, the public agencies in particular, but we do also have our needs. I don't want this to make any of our other agencies think that we're overflowing with dollars, because we're not. As you saw, this is restricted funding, but we will do a better job next time, Supervisor Nelson.
Thanks for that perspective. And staff, you really did it clearly with the concurrence here. You did a good job of sifting through and taking a little bit here and there from these wonderful projects. I told Supervisor Lee ahead of this meeting that this was one of the most enjoyable items we have to hear from the community, all these worthwhile projects. So it sounds like we're in agreement, and with that, I'll entertain a motion.
Well, I'll go ahead and make a motion to accept staff recommendation.
A through E,
A through E.
and I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thanks to everyone doing this great work. And with that, we were going to take a 10-minute break. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Madam Clerk, will you please read departmental item number 3 into the record?
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the County Planning Commission, CPC, and Montecito Planning Commission, MPC, recommended package of ordinance amendments to the County Land Use and Development Code, LUDC, Montecito Land Use and Development Code, MLUDC, Article 2, Coastal Zoning Ordinance, CZO, to 1, add provisions and development standards in accordance with Senate Bill 9 Regulations, Government Code Section 65852.21 and 66411.7. 2, revise existing development standards and permit procedures for commercial telecommunication facilities. And 3, process other minor ordinance amendments to update existing text provisions, including updating allowed use in the limited commercial zone, C1, zone district in Article 2, and general industry, M2, zone district in LUDC, and implementing clarifications and necessary revisions to the existing accessory dwelling unit, ADU, and junior accessory dwelling unit, JADU, ordinance to align with changes to state law, and to consider amendments to Chapter 21, Land Division, to add provisions and development standards in accordance with Senate Bill 9 Regulations, Government Code Sections 65852.21 and 66411.7.
All right, if anyone was able to track that, I'm impressed. You gave us a mouthful, but take it away, Director Plowman.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. So yes, we have tried to package a lot of things in our ordinance amendments so we can accomplish as much as possible. So I understand sometimes that can be confusing, but they are separate changes to the code. So today we are covering the SB 9 legislation. This is implementing state law. We've been following the state law, but this gives us our own provisions in our code. And then, of course, telecom, and then the other minor amendments that were mentioned. We have Karina Venegas Martin, who is the planner working on this package, and then Alex Tuttle, who's our deputy director, and then Fred Tan from the fire department is here to answer any questions related to maybe SB 9 or telecom. With that, I'll hand it over to Ms. Venegas Martin.
Thank you, Director Plowman. Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name is Karina Venegas Martin, and I will be giving today's presentation on the Senate Bill 9, Commercial Telecommunication Facilities, and other minor ordinance amendments. This slide presents an overview of what today's presentation will focus on. The board directed Planning and Development staff to initiate amendments to the County LUDC, Montecito LUDC, and Coastal Zoning Ordinance, as well as Chapter 21 Land Division. To summarize, these amendments are to add provisions and development standards in accordance with Senate Bill 9, and revise existing development standards and permit procedures for commercial telecommunication facilities. Staff has also prepared a set of minor amendments to bring the county's ADU ordinances into compliance with recent state legislation, and amendments to expand allowed uses in the limited commercial zone district in the Coastal Zoning Ordinance and general industry M2 zone district in the LUDC. Staff would just like to note that these amendments are packaged together for efficiency as part of our annual zoning ordinance amendment package, but they are otherwise unrelated. First, I will present the Senate Bill 9 ordinance, then follow with the other amendments. Senate Bill 9, or SB 9, was approved on September 16 of 2021 and codified as Government Code Section 65852.21 and 66411.7, and became effective on January 1st of 2022. This bill aims to increase housing supply across the state through streamlined measures that expand infill development opportunities by requiring local agencies to ministerially permit urban lot splits or two-unit development on a single-family residential zone if certain criteria are met. If the proposed housing development meets certain requirements, then state law requires that the project be considered ministerially without discretionary review or hearing, including design review. Staff has prepared ordinances for the LUDC, MLUDC, and the CZO and amendments to Chapter 21 to comply with this legislation. The ordinances contain proposed objective design and development standards that will facilitate new housing development under SB 9 while ensuring neighborhood compatibility and minimizing impacts to neighboring properties. To be eligible, the project must be located on a legal lot in a qualifying single-family residential zone. State law requires the legal residential parcel to be located within an urbanized area or urban cluster as designated by the U.S. Census. Qualifying single-family zones for SB 9 projects include the Rural Ranchette, RR, Single-Family Residential, R1E1, One Family Exclusive, EX1, and Small Lot Plan Development, SLP, for the inland area. And within the coastal zone, that would include the RR, R1E1, and EX1 zones. As mentioned on the previous slide, state law requires that the housing development meet certain requirements for a proposed project to be considered eligible. The proposed project cannot alter or demolish deed-restricted affordable housing, rent-controlled housing, housing on parcels with an Ellis Act eviction in the last 15 years, or housing occupied by a tenant currently or in the last 3 years. Additionally, the parcels must avoid certain locations, such as in a high fire hazard area, floodway or flood hazard overlay, prime farmland, a historic district, or other locations identified in state law, unless in the case of high fire hazard areas and areas prone to flooding, necessary improvements are incorporated to comply with relevant local and state standards. SB 9 authorizes local agencies to deny a project if the building official finds evidence that the project would have a specific adverse impact on public health and safety that cannot be feasibly mitigated to avoid the impact. Other key provisions of the law require that local agencies must allow up to 2 principal dwelling units on the subject parcel that are at least 800 square feet in size with 4-foot side and rear setbacks. Require 1 parking space per unit unless the parcel is located within 1/2 mile of a high-quality transit corridor or 1 block of a car share vehicle hub, and allow for accessory dwelling units to count toward the maximum 4-unit total. Additional provisions that are specific to urban lot split require that the split result in 2 new lots of approximately equal size, with the smaller lot being at least 40% of the original lot, require each new lot to be at least 1,200 square feet, and sets a maximum of 2 units allowed per lot, inclusive of ADUs. As a result, state law facilitates the creation of up to 4 housing units in the lot area typically used for 1 single-family home.
I've got a question on that one. Can I jump in and apologize?
Yeah, no, actually, I was going to suggest that we take each one individually and have questions. Otherwise, I think it'll get a little complicated.
Sure.
Okay, so yes,
Yeah,
Supervisor Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Capps. Can we go back to slide 8 for a moment? Just looking for clarification on the 1 parking space per new unit. Is that a new parking space, or is, if there's a house with 2 parking spaces already, do you get to count 1 for the main house and 1 for the new spot?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, if there's existing parking, that could be utilized. You wouldn't have to create a new parking space for that new unit. But it is 1 space per unit, excuse me.
So, so only maybe if there's 4 units on that property, only 4 parking spots, and that's including a regular single-family home, or maybe potentially 2 single-family homes and 2 ADUs?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that would be correct. It'd be 4 parking spaces.
Okay, and that, I just, this is where I just need to understand a little bit better on this process. What's our discretion here? Is there any discretion there? Are there jurisdictions requesting that to be a new spot? What are we memorializing here in this process?
Chair Capps, Supervisor Nelson, we will. So what's on the slide here are state requirements, so pretty much 0 discretion. We will talk through a few slides where we have proposed some local standards objective design and development standards where your board does have some discretion.
Okay, so
But as far as what you see on the screen here, those are state minimums.
so a house that might have 2 parking spots already to begin with, because it's single-family house, that's part of our standards already. When we build a single-family home, is probably a couple parking spots, based on the square footage under our current code. Build an ADU, they get to count those spots already, or is it, again, that's where I want to understand better. Is there discretion there at the state?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So if you have currently, or if you're proposing a second unit, the max parking requirement is 1 space per unit. So if you already have 2 parking spaces, you would satisfy that requirement and not need to provide any additional spaces.
Okay.
One thing to just clarify is with regard to ADUs, ADUs have their own set of parking requirements, and in many cases, you don't have to provide any parking for an ADU. Okay. So you could end up in a situation where you have 2 primary dwelling units, 2 ADUs, and are required to provide no more than 2 parking spaces total. Yeah, depending on your location.
And maybe you're going to speak to this later, but I had a question about state requirements related to high fire areas. If there's any distinction between parking spots, number of cars, evacuation from the state in terms of SB 9.
Madam Chair, with regard to parking, there's no distinction. What the requirement is, if you're in a high fire or very high fire hazard area, is that you comply with all applicable fire requirements. So fire departments, fire districts have all their development standards, which address things such as access, turnarounds, depending on the length of driveways, driveway widths, defensible space, all those standards. A project would have to comply with those standards in order to be eligible.
Okay, well, we're on the state slide now, so maybe when we get to our discussion later, we can talk about that. Thank you. Keep going.
So additional provisions that were specific to urban lot splits require that the split result in 2 new lots approximately equal size, with the smaller lot being at least 40% of the original lot area, require each new lot to be at least 1,200 square feet, and sets a maximum of 2 units allowed per lot, inclusive of ADUs. And as you can see from the image on this slide, there are various configurations that could occur. For example, if a lot split occurs, jurisdictions must allow 2 units on each resulting lot, so the principal unit, an ADU, and a junior ADU all count towards the 2-unit limit. If no lot split occurs, then the lot is eligible to have up to 4 units, which could include 2 primary units and ADUs and/or junior ADUs. The permit for an SB 9 project would be a zoning clearance in the inland area and a staff-level CDP in the coastal zone. State law allows a local agency to apply objective development standards as long as they would not preclude the construction of up to 2 principal dwelling units of at least 800 square feet in size, with 4-foot side and rear setbacks. As discussed in Section 1 of the board letter dated February 4th, staff coordinated with each county board of architectural review to gather feedback and input for the development of these and other proposed objective standards not listed on this slide. Now I'll go over the proposed local development standards that the board has discretion over. As mentioned, the proposed local development standards cannot preclude the development of up to 2 principal dwelling units of at least 800 square feet. The proposed ordinance establishes a lot area range and the maximum unit size allowed within that proposed range. The proposed maximum unit size is 2,000 square feet. However, for projects with 2 primary units, existing and/or proposed, they would be subject to a maximum of a 0.4 floor area ratio, or 5,000 square feet, whichever is less. Converted units are limited to the existing footprint of the existing structure. Attached units shall not exceed the floor area of the existing unit if increasing size. And in addition to the principal dwelling, up to 400 square feet for an attached garage or carport may be permitted. Standard setbacks would apply. However, side and rear setbacks may be reduced to 4 feet for single-story units up to 16 feet in height. New attached dwelling units shall not exceed the height of any existing principal dwelling unit on the parcel, or 25 feet and a maximum of 2 stories, whichever is greater. New detached dwelling units shall not exceed a height of 25 feet and a maximum of 2 stories. And ridgeline hillside guidelines or any other more restrictive height limits in the code applicable to single-family dwellings will still apply. Since eligible SB 9 projects would bypass the typical Board of Architectural Review and decision maker hearing processes, staff translated the typical design review process into objective standards that would normally be required during the discretionary review process. Many of the proposed design standards were modeled after the multifamily objective design standards and scaled appropriately to apply to single-family duplex development. The proposed building design standards require the following: new attached units to match the architectural style with an existing principal dwelling unit on site, buildings to be designed and articulated with consistent details, materials, and elements, door and window openings to be recessed, list of allowable exterior materials, roof articulation for architectural interest, and privacy standards for units greater than 16 feet in height. Other proposed standards include requiring at least 250 square feet of open space that is dedicated to each unit. Units with more than 2 bedrooms will be required to provide an additional 50 square feet per bedroom. Existing or proposed landscaping shall be provided at a ratio of at least 20% of the lot area and include a mixture of trees, ground cover, and shrubs for screening. Development shall avoid removal or damage to native protected trees. Trees that are removed or damaged shall be relocated or replaced on site at a ratio of at least 5:1. Projects will also be subject to requirements related to slopes, environmental sensitive habitat, historic, and archaeological protections. 1 off-street covered or uncovered parking space is required per unit unless the parcel is half a mile from a high-quality transit corridor or 1 block from a car share vehicle. And finally, the board has discretion to require one of the principal units to be affordable to lower or moderate income residents. This is not a state requirement, and I will discuss this provision further when presenting the Planning Commission recommendations. The amendments to Chapter 21, Land Division, go directly to the board without a recommendation from the Planning Commission. Therefore, today's hearing serves as the first reading of these amendments. Chapter 21 Land Division provides specific regulations and procedures for lot splits. These proposed amendments to Chapter 21 add the state-mandated regulations for urban lot splits and establish objective standards for the creation of new lots. For example, these standards require that new lot lines shall not create non-conforming structures and should be straight and contiguous with existing zone boundaries, that no residential unit shall be located closer than 3 feet to the access easement if the easement is serving no more than 2 units, or if serving 3 units, then no residential structure shall be closer than 5 feet to the access easement. And as a condition of approval, easements for public services, facilities, and access to the public right-of-way must comply with county fire and public works standards.
So, yes, if we could please pause here to ask more questions, that would be, I think, more efficient. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. On that last slide, I think my question was about the straight lines on the urban lot splits. So is that, I mean, does that mean 90-degree angles, or I mean, what's no curvatures? I guess I'm trying to understand. Is it, you have to cut the lot in half? I don't know what what you guys are trying to get to with straight lines. I want to tease that out a little bit more.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So currently in our subdivision regulations, there's language in there that addresses odd-shaped lots and trying to create lots that have right angles and have parallel lines and whatnot. So the idea here is to sort of mimic that same requirement by not creating these really weird, odd-shaped lots with a lot of curvature to them in order to just meet that minimum standard, because it creates a lot of difficulty with regard to trying to figure out where the setbacks are and whatnot. So where feasible, without precluding the lot split, lots should be created with straight lines and right angles. Yes, that would be our standard.
Okay, but I mean, some could go at 45-degree angle if it needed to.
Sure, and we have that currently. It's a should, not a shall. So.
Okay. I think it was slide 12. If we can go back to that for a moment. Sorry, I got a couple of things here that I wanted to better understand. The height. Is this the discretion here on whether we approve having 2 stories or 1 stories for ADUs? Here, is that what I'm understanding? Height standards?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, yes, the board would have discretion over setting those standards for 2 stories.
Okay, so we could just keep it at 1 story if we wanted to. Is that my understanding?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, yes, we could keep it at 1 story. But just to clarify, we're not talking about ADUs. We're talking about the ADUs have a separate set of regulations. So these are just for the standards that would apply to the 2 primary dwelling units.
Those new primary dwellings that are created through an SB9 lot split.
Correct.
So there potentially would be a 2-story home built within 4 feet of a fence line. With this, is that what I'm reading here then with the setbacks?
Well, the way it's been drafted would be if you want to go 2 stories, you would have to comply with standard setbacks. But if you want to keep it single story, you could be reduced down to 4 feet.
Okay. So
now, in many cases, the standard setback for some of the smaller lots is 5 feet. So we're not talking about a significant difference. Usually the side setbacks range anywhere from 5 to 10 feet. Rear setbacks are generally a bit further, maybe up to 25 feet would be a standard rear setback.
but making it single story would potentially lessen the intensity on that. I mean, because we're going to intensify these parcels, right? I mean, there's going to be a lot more development on there. And we're obviously not even going to provide the parking. You know, it's only one unit, one parking space per unit. Now you go 2 stories, you know, a 2-bedroom turns into a 4-bedroom with still 1 spot, right? Am I understanding that?
Yes.
And so we're maximizing that intensity there. So where the board has some discretion to potentially limit that might be just keeping it a single story. Would that kind of satisfy that, you know, allowing for additional housing, which is the goal of this, that Sacramento's forcing on us, but it might be a way for us not to go fully into it?
Sure, with the qualifier or caveat that we have to give an out, like, so if someone can demonstrate that the only way for them to get 800.
Sorry, say
Just with the qualifier or caveat that we have to give an out. So if someone can demonstrate that the only way they can get their 800 square foot unit is to do a short, skinny 2-story structure because of the lack of space, then we'd have to give them that option.
Yeah, and I would be comfortable with that. I do think, though, that we might be able to get a little bit more relief here and not overly intensify some of these parcels by keeping it a single story with that as the out through this process. So I'm interested in that as we continue the discussion. I think I might have one. No, that's it for right now on these ones. Thank you.
I just wanted to continue my questions about about fire evacuation and what the lens is by which you're looking at this and what discretion you all would have in approving a project. So we've just been hearing, obviously, in the last few weeks, a lot of real anxiety about trying to get out of your driveway, and particularly in areas like Isla Vista, where a 3-bedroom could go, you know, there could be 10 people in there with 10 cars in one driveway, et cetera. So if you can just speak to more generally.
Can deny a project on the basis of public health and safety, but they have to have substantial evidence to support that finding. So a blanket prohibition of SB 9 projects in an area that could be challenging. Better to do it on a case-by-case basis, I think, as far as whether a public health and safety issue is being presented with a project.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure you included this, but could you just refresh my knowledge about where SB 9 would apply?
Right, so it's the R1E1, RR zones, EX1, which is Hope Ranch, and the small lot plan, SLP zones, which are primarily, you see, and there's some of those in the Orchid area.
Okay.
So the R1E1 is our primary residential zone within all of our residential neighborhoods of the county. For single family, yeah. So it's not going to apply in the DR zone, the multifamily. It's not going to apply in the student residential in Isla Vista.
Okay.
So that does limit the scope a bit.
Okay.
And I will say, if this gives you any comfort, since this law has been in place 3 years now, the county has received 28 applications.
Yep.
So we're not compared to hundreds of ADU applications during that same time period. So I don't foresee that we're going to see a huge increase in SB 9 projects coming forward. I think ADUs will continue to be a more attractive choice for most people, unless they're looking to split their lot and sell it off.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
My question is a little off topic, but Mr. Tuttle opened the door for it, so I'll run through. AB 1033 allows local jurisdictions to do for ADUs what we're doing here for residential units. And so my question is, how, if we wanted to explore that, what would be the process to bring that to the board? How did we get here today with this, and how might we get here with 1033 discussion?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. So as you are probably aware and waiting with excitement, we will be presenting our annual work plan to your board in a little over a month. So that could be an opportunity at that point to direct the department to explore that package.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, you mentioned 28 applications since this law has been passed. How many of those are through? How many of those applications are current? I know that was one of the questions from some of those out there in the public who are in the process. They don't want to necessarily be sent back to the start once we pass this ordinance today. So
sure,
walk me through that, where we're at with those and what we're doing to address those. How far are they from being complete?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So 28 applications, sort of a mix of lot splits and new housing units. A few were deemed ineligible because they didn't meet the criteria and withdrawn. 13 have been approved, 11 are pending. In talking with our permitting staff, we've been in contact actively with the current 11 applications that are pending, and believe that those are all within 1 to 3 months of being approved.
Okay. Are any of those two-story?
I'm sorry, I don't have that information today.
I'm just curious, as we move forward, if that's something the board takes action on, I want to make sure that we don't, I want to understand if that's legal non-conforming, or we don't want to necessarily mess up someone who in good faith applied under the state standards as we work through our discretion. So if that's something somebody could ask on, that'd be great.
Okay, just checking with the board to make sure we can move on to the second section of this package. Looks good.
Great. Now I will present the proposed amendments to the Commercial Telecommunication Facilities Ordinance. Under the FCC's 2018 Small Cell Order, local jurisdictions may exercise local oversight of issues relating to aesthetics, undergrounding, and minimum spacing requirements of small wireless facilities, provided that those requirements are reasonable and technically feasible and no more burdensome than those applied to other types of infrastructure deployment. The county is prohibited from regulating a facility based on RF emissions if it complies with FCC regulations. A local authority cannot adopt regulations that would effectively prohibit wireless facilities. In addition, this FCC rule requires expedited timeframes to process the local permits, 60 days for co-located small wireless facilities, which would be adding a qualifying antenna to an existing structure, and 90 days for a new structure that will host a small wireless facility. The proposed changes will better align the department's current limited discretion to comply with the federally mandated streamlined timelines. To summarize, the amendments include objective design standards to be applied to Tier 1 and Tier 2 small wireless facility projects. Projects that comply with these design standards would not be subject to design review from the county's Board of Architectural Review. Revised permitting standards for Tier 1C hub site projects and Tier 2 small wireless facility projects from either a land use permit or development plan in the inland area to a zoning clearance permit, and from a development plan in the coastal zone to a coastal development permit. The amendments also include other minor changes to clarify existing regulations. Under federal law, Tier 2 small wireless facilities require that each antenna be no more than 3 cubic feet in volume, all associated equipment on the structure be no more than 28 cubic feet in volume, and are mounted on structures that are 50 feet or less. The county's existing standards require that these facilities be located on existing or replacement utility poles, non-pole concealment structures, roof of existing structures, vaulted underground, or similar support structures. Staff prepared in coordination with the County Public Works staff and each County Board of Architectural Review for the development of the standards listed on this slide. Additionally, staff followed a similar approach that the City of Santa Barbara and other jurisdictions took with their own objective design standards. Small wireless facility projects that meet the proposed design standards would be exempt from design review, and these proposed standards would take place of the Board of Architectural Review process. In coordination with County Public Works staff, the proposed amendments add standards related to siting and clearance. There are currently no standards in the existing ordinance regulating the siting or location of small cell wireless facilities. These proposed standards require that the small wireless facilities and associated equipment be installed on poles located as close as feasible to shared property lines between adjacent lots, not be placed within 20 feet of a residential dwelling's doors or windows, or directly in front of residences and businesses, do not obstruct streetlight illumination patterns or traffic signs, and if a new pole or structure is proposed, be installed at least 50 feet from any streetlight, utility pole, or similar support structure. To encourage compatibility with surrounding uses, all small wireless facilities would need to be stealth as technically feasible, with concealment elements that mimic or blend with the underlying support structure, surrounding environment, and adjacent uses. To minimize visual intrusion, all exterior surfaces shall be painted, colored, or wrapped in flat, non-reflective hues that will match the underlying support structure and also be treated with graffiti-resistant sealant. New and replacement poles or structures will need to replicate materials, colors, and finish of existing infrastructure nearby or existing poles. For shrouding, all antennas and associated equipment, such as cables, wires, or hardware, shall be installed within a single shroud and be visually consistent with the design, color, and scale of the underlying pole and not exceed 2.5 times the median pole diameter. Additional standards that apply to accessory equipment include undergrounding accessory equipment when they are proposed in any underground utility district, or any location where the director finds substantial evidence that the additional above-ground accessory equipment would restrict public use of the public rights-of-way. Pole-mounted accessory equipment shall be at least 10 feet above ground level adjacent to the pole. However, if laws require any pole-mounted accessory equipment component to be placed less than 10 feet above ground level, the clearance from ground level shall be no less than required for compliance with such laws. For orientation, unless placed behind a street sign or some other concealment that dictates the equipment orientation on the pole, all pole-mounted accessory equipment shall be oriented in line with the adjacent road or away from the adjacent road if concealed. Here is a local example of a Tier 2 small wireless facility project where the antenna canister and shroud is being proposed to match the existing pole's materials and colors. The image on the left is an example of a side-mounted antenna with horizontal separation. Side-mounted antennas are prohibited unless no other option is technically feasible. However, where permitted, side-mounted antennas shall be placed as close to the support structure as technically feasible and shall not extend over any roadway or any abutting private property. If laws require a side-mounted antenna to extend more than 24 inches from the support structure, the extension shall be no greater than required for compliance with such laws. The image on the right is an example of a shrouded pole-mounted accessory equipment, which should also be flush with the pole and shall not extend over any roadway or any abutting private property. Again, however, if laws preclude flush-mounted accessory equipment, then the separation gap between the pole and the accessory equipment shall be no greater than required for compliance and concealed by opaque material. The proposed amendments include revising the permitting standards for Tier 1C hub site projects and the Tier 2 small wireless facility projects from either a land use permit or development plan in the inland area to a zoning clearance, and from a development plan in the coastal zone to a coastal development permit. As previously mentioned, these changes will better align the department's permit process with the very limited discretion the county has with respect to these facilities, and the short period of time in which action on these projects must be taken pursuant to the federal shot clock requirements. No changes are being made to the Tier 3 and 4 projects, which are typically the macro cell towers, which continue to require a conditional use permit. I can stop for now if there are any questions related to the telecom facilities.
Yeah, thank you. I had a couple questions. Any other board members? And then I know we have a lot of members of the public, so I think we'll take them after I ask my questions, unless other board members want to join in. So again, could you just please, because again, that we've gotten public comment about this, about the combining of these items. I know it was referred to at the very beginning of this presentation, but just I think it will help shape the reaction if you can just elaborate a little bit again why we're grouping things together that have nothing to do with each other.
Chair Capps, members of the board. So as was indicated, it's customary for us to package ordinance amendments just for efficiency, and we actually have a system in place for like annual zoning ordinance amendments. And packages associated with that, and SB 9 and Telecom have been on that list of that for the annual zoning ordinance amendment package since last year. So they've just been sort of going on the same track, and so in those situations we try to bundle things together just for efficiency, even if they may be unrelated. Okay. Hopefully that answers your question.
But just for clarification, the board is going to consider each of them separately and.
Well, they are separate ordinances.
Yes.
Theoretically, you'll be taking action on each of them, but it is a single set of recommendations.
Excellent. And so some of the concerns have been raised about fire safety. Again, it's all top of mind for us right now, and I appreciate that we have representation from our fire department. Can you please speak to the fire safety of additional telecom facilities?
Supervisor Capps, excuse me. Yeah, I think this specific time, there's obviously a lot of concern over wildland fire and conflagration ignitions. I will say that historically in this county, with telecom, we and members of my division, we investigate all fires, all ignitions. We have to report that back to CAL FIRE, and that reporting, the 5-year reporting, the analysis, the 1-year analysis, helps us develop local ordinances and codes to help protect the community, identify sources of ignition, and none of my staff nor I have any examples of telecommunications equipment associated with fires in the county. Now, does that mean that they can't occur? No, but I think that the instances and the probability is very low, compared to all the other sources of ignitions and potential hazards that are out there that could cause a fire. So it is very low. I read some of the comment letters and some of the fires that were associated with it. My investigators were part of those, some of those larger fires investigations, and not necessarily the communication equipment that was the impetus for those fires, but really the high voltage lines that were associated with those, and the sparks and the arcing and the amount of heat and material that those associated with the high voltage KV lines, high KV lines, were probably mostly to blame for most of those fires, not necessarily the communications pieces. So.
Well, thanks for that historical perspective. Can you then, I just want to make sure, and maybe this is something for the planning and development staff, that any new projects, any new wireless facilities would need to meet fire and safety standards. Is that accurate?
Chair Capps, Supervisors, yes, so any new telecom facility project requires a building permit and requires compliance with applicable code. That includes building code, electrical codes, et cetera. So our plan check engineers review those plans, which in the case of many of the small cell wireless facilities are our electrical plan check engineers. We have building inspectors go out and inspect the facilities during construction and before they're signed off on. So there are safeguards in place that address issues such as fire safety, and for the larger sites, fire gets routed those plans, and they review them as well for applicable codes.
Thank you. So another concern I've heard, I know this is, the point of this is to streamline the process. A concern I've heard from the community is the lack of noticing and appeals. Can you elaborate, please, about the notification that will occur if these proposed changes go into effect?
Certainly, members of the board. So as currently drafted and actually as recommended by the Planning Commission, in the inland area, the small cell wireless facilities would require a zoning clearance permit. Typically, zoning clearances are not noticed and are not appealable. However, the Planning Commission, part of their recommendation was to include a noticing requirement for these projects. And so as drafted and presented to your board today, that noticing would include a placard that would get posted on the site where the facility is being proposed, and that placard would be in place during the course of the permit process, the application process, through to the approval. So that placard would provide opportunity for public to at least be aware that a facility is being proposed in that location. It would have contact information where they could come in, they could find out information about the project, speak to the planner, but it would not provide opportunity for appeal.
Right. So the Planning Commission, if I understood you correctly, went above and beyond what the law requires. Is that right? In terms of the recommendation that you are then passing on to us as a recommendation? in terms of noticing?
That is correct. Just to clarify, the law doesn't necessarily stipulate
Okay.
the type of permit. But staff's proposal was just for a zoning clearance, and planning commission up to that went above and beyond that with a noticing provision.
Okay, thank
In
you.
the coastal zone, it's different, sorry.
Sure.
Coastal zone would continue to be subject to coastal development permits, which are noticed and are appealable.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful clarification. And my last question has to do with emissions. We've gotten some concerns about the frequency emissions, and can you please share more details about the facilities and the limits that the FCC requires in terms of emissions?
Certainly. So FCC does establish emission limits, maximum exposure limits for RF emissions. And local jurisdictions are precluded or prevented from regulating a project on the basis of RF emissions so long as they demonstrate compliance with those FCC standards. So we can't be more restrictive than what the FCC regulates. To ensure compliance with FCC, what we can do, though, is have a project demonstrate compliance with those standards. And so as part of the application package requirements, all projects have to submit RF report that models what those emissions would be. And for those small cell wireless facilities, typically what we see is they're well below the emission standards or emission limits, like 1 or 2% of what the maximum exposure limits are. For the bigger sites, they could be closer to the limits, but all of those require demonstration of compliance.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. And I was just wanting to speak to this package and trying to tackle that. I know we had some speakers talk about our Swiss cheese and our pineapple on whether these are the same things. And I don't think there's anything that would prevent us from taking separate motions on different pieces of this. If I understand that correctly, we could do the SB9, then we could do the telecommunications, we could do pieces, a part of this. Is that correct?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we certainly could. The finding, as currently packaged for your board, the findings are consolidated together, as is the notice of exemption. So if your board is inclined to take separate actions, we would need to tease those apart. Not a heavy lift, but so it is possible. The ordinances are already separated out, so that wouldn't be a problem.
Okay, that's what I was hoping, that we'd have some flexibility if we needed to. Maybe that might not be the case, but I just thought that might help, move us forward at some point without, if somebody has heartburn about one specific issue, that they don't have to necessarily vote against the entirety of the package. Might be a good pathway forward.
Thank you. Just curious, so when these are installed, do we do any sort of inspection, workmanship-wise, or is that included in the permit, or how do we monitor that?
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair. So yes, just like any building permit, we do have inspection staff go out and inspect to ensure that it was installed and constructed per plan. And we do require licensed contractors, and so it's not just someone off the street putting these up.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I think we're going to, Madam Clerk, if it works with our process, move to public comment on this part. Is that okay? Or should we go through to the last one first? You want the latter? Okay, County Council's also nodding, so, okay. Sorry about that. We'll get to you all later, very soon. Then we're going to move to the third section of this package.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to give a heads up to those that are planning on speaking. We have had a preponderance of requests, so I'm going to limit it to 90 seconds. So if you can be thinking now, if you plan something for 3 minutes, please limit it to 90 seconds. But we'll make sure that way we can get to all of you. Okay, let's proceed.
Why are you changing the rules on this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And finally, the proposed amendments include minor changes to the LUDC.
Please, let's be respectful of staff and listen to the presentation. Thank you.
To the LUDC, MLUDC, and the CZO. The proposed amendments to the LUDC, MLUDC, and CZO include minor changes to the ADU and junior ADU ordinance to correct and clarify existing standards and comply with recent changes to state law that went into effect on January 1st of this year. To summarize, the changes include clarifying separate exterior access, junior ADU parking, the maximum unit size for certain detached ADUs, and revising the allowed quantity of detached ADUs on lots with an existing multifamily dwelling. The other minor amendments include a minor change to the limited commercial C1 zone district in the coastal zone to allow produce and flower stands with a CDP, coastal development permit, instead of a minor CUP, and adding requirements for outdoor areas devoted to retail use that are accessory to retail operations. These outdoor components are permitted in the inland area, so this change will bring the coastal regulations in closer alignment with the inland regulations for the C1 zone and facilitate the continuation of various commercial enterprises occurring on properties with this zoning designation. And finally, in the LUDC, a revision to Table 2-19 of Section 35.25.030, allowable permitted uses in the M2 zone district, to include truck, trailer, construction, farm, and heavy equipment sales and retail uses with a minor conditional use permit. This use is currently allowed in retail commercial C2 zone with a minor CUP and in the general commercial C3 zone with a land use permit. The proposed ordinance amendments to the LUDC, MLUDC, and CZO are recommended to be determined exempt from environmental review, as they would not result in any new significant impacts or increase the severity of previously considered impacts. As a result, no new environmental document is required pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections listed on this slide and in the board letter dated February 4th, 2025. During the November 20th, 2024 Montecito Planning Commission hearing, the Montecito Planning Commission recommended that staff remove the affordability requirement from the proposed Senate Bill 9 MLUDC and coastal zoning ordinances. And during the December 4th County Planning Commission hearing last year, the County Planning Commission recommended that the board retain the affordability requirement in the proposed SB 9 standards, despite concerns and anecdotal evidence that such a standard would discourage property owners from pursuing an SB 9 project. For example, the city of Santa Barbara, which has a similar requirement, has reported 0 SB 9 applications since the rules were adopted. In contrast, the county has received 28 SB 9 applications in 2022. Other recommendations include an exemption from the county's SB 9 requirements for SB 9 projects that are pre-existing or in process with planning and development, and to add a noticing requirement for the Tier 1C hub site and Tier 2 small wireless facility projects due to the downshift in permit type from a land use permit and development plan to a zoning clearance permit, which does not require noticing. For the exemption from SB 9 requirements, staff selected a cutoff date of December 31st of 2024. Normally, applications are subject to whatever rules are in place at the time of approval. Rather than a cutoff date, the other option is to delay the effective or operative date of the ordinance by a period of time in which order to allow for what existing applications to get through the process before the new rules would go into effect. And finally, for consistency purposes, staff recommends that any changes your board makes based on the MPC and County PC recommendations be carried across all 3 ordinances as applicable. The recommendations for today's ordinance amendments can be found on page 1 through 2 of the February 4th board letter. To summarize, they are to make the required findings for approval, including CEQA findings found in Attachment A, determine that the proposed ordinance amendments are exempt from the provisions of CEQA, adopt ordinances amending the LUDC, MLUDC, and coastal zoning ordinance found in attachments C, D, E, F, G, H, and I, approve the introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 21, Land Division of the Santa Barbara County Code, and set a hearing on the administrative agenda of February 11th of 2025 for the second reading. And finally, adopt a resolution authorizing the submittal of a local coastal program amendment to the California Coastal Commission for review and certification. And this concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for any additional questions.
Before we enter into public comment, I did just want to, we did track down some information in response to Supervisor Nelson's questions about existing applications for SB 9. We have 2 that are in process, 2 duplexes in Eastern Galita Valley that are both proposed at 2 stories.
And the Chair Capps.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And at this point, you said that these are all within about 90 days from being complete.
That's what our staff estimates, yes.
Okay, great. I've got a couple other questions.
Great, yeah, please
This is the
proceed.
right time. Just going back to the other minor amendments, number 26, slide 26. I just wanted to dive in to make sure I understood what those minor amendments were, especially the junior ADU parking requirement. So are we eliminating that now? Is that how this works, or can you clarify that for me?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So state law requires or prevents jurisdictions from requiring replacement parking when a garage is converted into a JADU. Okay. So it's an update to the ordinance to ensure compliance with that state provision. Now, it gets a little complicated in the coastal zone because ADU law and Coastal Act kind of are on equal footing. And we know from experience that parking is a key concern for public access or coastal access in the coastal zone. So the replacement parking provisions in the coastal zone would continue, but in the inland area, those replacement parking would go away. So someone could convert a garage and for an ADU or JADU and not need to provide replacement parking.
So there's no additional discretion the board has on requiring parking there?
No.
Okay. So I want to clarify that. Slide 27 on the other minor amendments with the allowed uses within those certain zones, the C1 and the M2. You know, it's a minor conditional use permit for a flower stand. Is that what I'm seeing here?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that's the current requirement. We're downshifting that from a minor CUP to just a CDP.
A CDP, which is an equivalent to an LUP?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And really the focus with the change to the C1 zone is to allow for outdoor retail, which is currently not permitted in the coastal zone.
Okay, so it's making it a more allowable use, so therefore it can fit under maybe an existing CDP or a modified CDP, potentially,
or just a coastal development permit. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just you know, our permit process is you know, sometimes, especially for a flower stand, a CUP might be prohibitive from doing that. So I guess when we get into deliberations, I may dive into that a little bit on the M2 zoning as well. If we're hoping to encourage businesses to actually move forward, sometimes some of these conditions make it prohibitive for them to move forward. So thank you for that clarification, at least for now.
Okay, any other questions before we move to public comment? Excellent. At this time, Madam Clerk, if you can let us know how many speakers we have for public comment.
Yes, Chair Capps and members of the board, there seems to be a little bit of a debate, but I believe we are just moving forward with the 24 requests to speak that we currently have. If the members of the public in the back can please listen, are we moving forward with the 24 requests to speak that we currently have? So it's my understanding that we're moving 13 members of the public, so one member can have 3 minutes, is that correct? So there is a proposal that each member will get 3 minutes. We're going to remove 13 members from the request to speak.
I appreciate the flexibility. Yeah, if we want to move to 13 speakers, we can. We're not really negotiating, but thank you. If I'm happy to, if you're slimming it down to 13 speakers, happy to keep the 3 minutes.
Okay, and so we will proceed with the 13 requests to speak.
And then we'll be closing public comment. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, closing
Thank you.
public comment at this point.
And we'll begin on Zoom with Sydney Cox to be followed by Steve Fort. Sydney?
Oh, hi. My goodness. I was just editing this for only 90 seconds. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board and staff. My name is Sydney Cox. I'm a longtime educator and business consultant with deep ties to Santa Barbara County. I hope you will postpone your decision on these ordinance amendments until you've had a chance to meet with our experts and explore all your options. Do you know that the Telecommunications Act of 1996 and subsequent FCC rulings preserve local control? Here's a list of the things that the TCA Act and the FCC do not prohibit. They don't prohibit setbacks. They don't prohibit public notification through direct mail to residents and opportunity for appeals. They don't prohibit site determination based on aesthetics and visual impact. They don't prohibit drive-by testing to determine significant gap in coverage or detailed checklists for applications, alternate site or location analysis, engineering design guidelines, separation between facilities, final approval by a certified electrical engineer, not a civil engineer, protection for historical sites and scenic highways, pauses in the shot clock, evaluation of cybersecurity risks and implementing protective measures, and safety and fire risk evaluation. For example, implementation of the Malibu Safety Protocol and inclusion of the short circuit coordination study. The fire risks are real. I know most of us have never seen a cell tower or a small cell on fire, but once you have, you won't forget it. 10 years ago, there were a whole lot less cell towers, and it wasn't until 2018 when I saw my first small cell on a utility pole. But now we're in a whole new territory with fire risk because this infrastructure is rapidly being deployed everywhere. Our team in Malibu, along with an electrical engineer and fire investigator, found a significant fire flaw in small cells installed by one of the major carriers. This flaw is being slipped into all of their small cells throughout California, and we suspect the nation. The Malibu Safety Protocol that was unanimously passed several years ago caught this violation of the National Electric Code and stopped 31 small cells from being activated. We understand you are concerned about the shot clock, but once again, we advocate for an application checklist, which includes the 8 engineering documents in the Malibu Safety Protocol. If anything is missing from the checklist, the planners can issue a tolling agreement within the first 10 days that will stop the shot clock until every required document is submitted by the applicant. Thank you again for your consideration to pause this ordinance amendment vote.
We will remain on Zoom for...
Thanks, everyone, for their enthusiasm, but just to note that the rules are that there will be no clapping or commenting after comment. So we can move forward. Thank you.
We will remain on Zoom with Steve Ford to be followed by Mark Graham. Steve?
Hi, this is Christy Harder. Shall I speak now?
Oh, there we go. I'm unmuted, correct?
Yes, we can hear you, Steve. Please proceed.
Okay. Sorry about that. Steve Fort with SEPS Land Use Consulting, commenting on the SB9 component of this. I just wanted to comment briefly. I did submit a letter and request that the board follow the recommendation of the County Planning Commission and staff and provide an exemption from the pending SB9 ordinance for applications that are already actively being processed by planning development. And even in our case, we've received a written determination of eligibility that, for ministerial processing under Senate Bill 9. I do believe that the staff is recommending a kind of a cutoff date of December 31st, 24. I think that's fine. We just want this to be fair for an applicant I'm working with and other applicants that are already in the process. And again, I urge you to follow through the PC recommendation in order for us to avoid a significant change in the rules from the time that we originally submitted. And my client spent quite a bit of resources on our services, other consultants, and even P&D staff time. So we would appreciate that exemption for projects that are in the pipeline. And again, just appreciate that. Quick comment on the affordability item. It was mentioned in one of the staff slides. I know the Planning Commission did forward on the recommendation to keep it in there. I also understand there aren't a lot of SB9 applications being processed or that have been submitted over the years, but there is a strong feeling amongst land use consultants and others that while the affordability requirement is noble, we just think it's going to pretty much eliminate use of SB9, and everyone should probably be aware of that not many people will probably follow through. But appreciate your time. And again, I hope that you follow the Planning Commission's recommendation to exempt projects that are already in the pipeline. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson had a question.
Mr. Ford, are you still on?
I'm here.
All right. I just had a question for you. Staff has proposed that, or at least expressed to us that they believe that most of these applications are within 90 days of potentially getting through the process. Would you concur that that would be accurate for your clients?
Based on what I know today, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I should add the discretionary part of the approval will be complete. We will have a ministerial final map clearance process to go through, but that shouldn't be impacted by the ordinance because we would be approved by staff.
All right. Thank you. And I'll get further clarification from staff after public comment on that.
Thanks.
Mark Graham to be followed by Diane Craig. Mark?
Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, we can hear you.
Mark, please proceed.
Got it. Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon, Santa Barbara County Supervisors and staff. My name is Mark Graham, and I live in Elk Grove. The timer says 2:52, so I hope that you will give me 3 minutes. Are you planning to give me 3 minutes?
Yes, please continue.
Excellent. Okay. Well, first thing is I sent you 2 emails yesterday, and I sent one moments ago during this meeting. I hope that you have taken the time to read what I sent you yesterday, and I realized that the stuff that I just sent you during the meeting probably have not had time. The county actually has significantly more power, some more zoning authority to regulate the permitting and the placement of small wireless facilities, also known as cell antennas, than you are exercising. And the problem with this proposed ordinance is if you do this, you're not going to be able, it would be difficult to undo it. Once the county begins issuing permits, pursuant to this ordinance, and then if you come to the realization later on that you had more local zoning authority than you knew and had more local zoning authority than you exercised, and you really did not need to issue the permits that you have already issued under this mistaken and flawed ordinance, it's going to be pretty much too late and too bad for the county and for all the residents. So let's go back to this. The first sentence by your staff presentation said that according to the FCC small cell order, the county can regulate the placement of cell antennas according to aesthetics. 2 things about that. She's referring to FCC order 18-133, and that was an interpretive order. It does not change federal law. FCC does not have the ability to rewrite and change 20 years of case law in the Ninth Circuit or any other circuit, or to change what the Telecommunications Act of 1996 says. So, in particular, you can require the applicant in every case to demonstrate that the area where they're planning to put up a cell antenna is there's a significant gap in their wireless coverage and that their proposal is the least intrusive means of closing that gap. You can require it. You can determine what evidence you will accept as proof and what weight you will give to that evidence. That should be in here. Now, question, please answer this before you vote. What is the nearest distance to a residence that you will be allowed to issue a permit for a cell antenna according to this proposed ordinance? How many feet? Is it 100 feet? Is it 300? Is it 30? Please tell us the nearest distance. Finally, please consider and do what the city of Elk Grove did in 2019. We adopted a cell antenna change to our zoning code, and we put in place what I call the front yard rule for cell antennas. We do not allow cell antennas immediately adjacent to the front yard of a residential dwelling. And you can do that too, Madam.
Thank you, Mark. That is your time. We will now go to Diane Craig to be followed by Randy Sunday. Diane?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Diane. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm Diane Craig. Shortly after my husband and I moved to Santa Barbara County, the sky turned red. The Thomas fire was due to failures of one technology. It's my
Diane, you just cut out. We did hear you, but now
vulnerability.
There you are. You're back.
Has similar vulnerabilities. So I urge the board to vote no or abstain or pause on this ordinance until you can work with experts. Mark Graham sounds like one. Attorney Gresser, I hope, is speaking, along with fire expert Foster and Environmental Health Trust President Dr. Chamberlain. Please add reasonable and necessary restrictions as they would advise. And I'm going to cede the rest of my time to those people if I can do that. Thank you.
We will now go to Randy Sunday to be followed by Pamela Wallace. Randy? It looks like we just lost Randy. We will now go to Pamela Wallace to be followed by Catherine Cooley. Pamela?
Yes, thank you. And can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, perfect. I am here actually representing Dr. Kent Chamberlain today. You don't see him on the Zoom, do you?
I do not, no.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to confirm there was a slight chance he would be able to be here. I'm a close colleague of Dr. Chamberlain's and a director at the Environmental Health Trust, of which Dr. Chamberlain is the president now. He's also a New Hampshire commissioner, and I know he sent you a letter yesterday. And I'm here actually to basically ask you to let you know that he would love to present to you prior to you making a decision and would support your continuing your inquiry on this. As you can tell from the commission's report, it's a 390-page report that was submitted to the state of New Hampshire, and it's the only formal state commission in the country that has studied this in a comprehensive way for over a year. And they had representatives from the telecommunications companies, every kind of agency under the sun to make their determination and the finalization of their report. I didn't hear a reference from your planning that there was any kind of communication or reference to the report prior to making their recommendations. And it would be something of great value to you to take the time to understand more about some of the emerging issues that are coming along with siting towers. The becoming more permissive in terms of the siting is actually going against the new emerging trend for communities that are actually finding out more about their rights and instituting them. And I think one of the big reasons for that, aside from all of the things you're going to hear today and Dr. Chamberlain wrote about with regards to safety with fire, safety with cybersecurity, that a large portion of this being a business plan, a number of different issues, but one of the most binding ones is that while you can change ordinances, when you grant ordinances that are a little more permissive, and of course you get more applications for telecommunications facilities, those leases are usually 30 to 50 years in nature. So once they're cited, regardless of how your ordinances change, you're effectively bound to have that level of technology in your area, whether you find out there's other issues associated with RF emissions or fires, you're bound legally for 30 to 50 years. That is a substantial amount of time, and it makes very good sense for you to continue your inquiry with Dr. Chamberlain and the other experts available to you prior to voting on this decision. So I hope you'll take him up and them up on this opportunity. And thank you very much for your inquiry and your time.
We will now go to Catherine Cooley to be followed by Lonnie Gordon. Catherine?
Hello, can you hear me? This is Catherine.
Yes, we can, Catherine. Please proceed.
Thank you. I had actually sent an email request to remove myself from the list because I'd like to concede my time to the attorney of Safe Technology for Santa Barbara, please.
Unfortunately, we do not cede time to other individuals, so you can use this time yourself, or you can withdraw your name from the list.
I see. Okay, well, I want to say that I hope that the points made by the last speaker are taken to heart, because it sounds like a lot of work and wisdom and care for public safety went into that New Hampshire study. And also it sounds like a study from diverse stakeholders. So I'm encouraging that. I would also like to second people's request that that you really do take the time to investigate what people who are basically working hard for and on a nonprofit basis, such as the people and the attorney for Safe Technology for Santa Barbara. These are very intelligent and well-intentioned people. And it's really important that, because you do represent all the people that live in your district, it's very important that you really attend to all these people's, especially medical needs, but also, as hasn't been talked a lot about here, but just even the reduction of home values when this telecommunication equipment is installed near a home. Yeah, I'm disappointed to not hear more today about public health in this regard. And yeah. So just kind of, in summary, really, it's about meeing with the experts that are not the experts of the industry, and paying attention to public health, and even having some kind of insurance for people who do get sick from the radiation. And yeah, sorry, I was planning to concede, but hopefully these points are landing. Mostly, it just feels like a call to conscience. Yeah, thank you.
We will now go to Lonnie Gordon to be followed by Christy Harder. Lonnie? And Lonnie, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can unmute on your end to provide your comments. Lonnie Gordon? All right, we'll try Lonnie in a bit. We'll now go to Christy Harder. Christy?
Hi, this is Christy Harder. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Hi, I'm a long-term Santa Barbara resident since 1976 and a graduate of Santa Barbara High School, and I want to thank everyone in advance for your attention, your patience. I want to respectfully request that we don't pass this without meeting with Santa Barbara Safe Technology, Santa Barbara's attorney. I want to also call attention to how we used to market cigarettes in the assumption that they were safe. And I think the radiation from these towers needs to be studied. And the studies that you're being offered today, I beg you and ask you with all of my heart to please attend to. I know other towns have models where the cities have established more rights to protect residents, renters, and owners despite the FCC rules. I'm concerned about fire safety. I'm concerned about property value, and I'm concerned about health. I'd like to ask you to abstain or pause or vote no. Please do not provide a streamlined process that disallows public comment and disallows appeals. Please allow these cell towers, cell antennas to be visible, not stealth, not underground. And finally, just to make the point that yes, they're going to be under the radiation limits and standards that are set. However, some people's medical needs and health is a lot more sensitive than others. Thank you.
We will now go back to Lonnie Gordon, and then we will return to Santa Barbara with Katie Mickey. Lonnie?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Lonnie. Please proceed.
Oh, good. Sorry. I'm sorry about the last time. Hello, everyone again. As Executive Director of MalibuForSafeTech.org, I've worked with our City Council for a few years, since 2019 actually, to update our telecom ordinance. They did so in 2021. I sent a link last night. I was kind of late getting it to you. It was at 5 o'clock, but it shows you everything that we went through from the time that we started to what our ordinance is. Our ordinance happens to be, and is, you'll hear it called the Malibu Ordinance. Our fire and safety protocol is the best in the country, and many cities and counties are following our lead. This is a very complicated issue, and I plead with you to vote no, abstain, or pause the vote until you have more information. You can do that, and you really need to do that. Please look at the information on our link and feel free to contact any of those of us who are involved with this issue. It's in everyone's best interest. Thank you very much for your time.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with Katie Mickey to be followed by Julian Gresher. Katie?
Good afternoon, supervisors. I am a 35-year vocational school owner and a 40-year health professional. The state board that governs my profession has safety as the mandate. My job as school owner is to make sure that my students are safe for work with the public. I remind you that your hands are not tied in regulating the cell towers. Safety is yours to regulate per FCC. These amendments to the wireless ordinance put our county at risk for a number of reasons. Small cells open the door for the telecoms to blanket our neighborhoods with small cell antennas without establishing true coverage need. That is what the amendments do. These small cells are electrical devices that have the capacity to ignite. We are fortunate that hasn't happened in Santa Barbara County, as we heard from our fire chief, but it has happened in other parts of our state, per Susan Foster's letter explaining that to you. In addition, small cells are a cybersecurity risk. I quote Dr. Chamberlain, who you've heard Pam just recently introduce. The telecom is $1 million trillion industry with a business plan and a vested interest to build out their network. This will allow them to expand into new markets. In doing so, they will make communities more vulnerable to security, hacking, and other issues.
Cell towers, because of their many impacts, should be based on establishment of true need, not on big business objectives. A cybersecurity issue relating to wireless connections is they are far more easily hacked than wired connections. While all wireless communication is vulnerable to hacking, 5G networks are particularly vulnerable. They can be easily jammed. Devices that can jam those communications are relatively inexpensive and readily available. These devices can not only be used to stop cell phones from working, but can also be used to stop all wireless security devices from functioning, enabling burglars to apply their trade undetected. We are currently seeing this playing out around the country as some of the transnational gangs target neighborhoods for robbery, employing this methodology. This could also be a concern in a school emergency situation. The only way to achieve robust security is to install wired devices. These are some of the reasons that fiber to our homes and schools is far superior to secure and safer residential areas. So as you've heard, Dr. Chamberlain is making him available to speak to all of you. And of course, Julie Caressa, who follows me, has made himself available. I implore you to pause your vote. There is more to learn before you act.
We will now go to Julian Grescher, to be followed by Karen Howenstein. Julian?
I'm Julian Gresser, co-founder of the Broadband International Legal Action Network and a legal advisor to Safe Tech Santa Barbara. Thank you very much for your opportunity to offer a few comments. I think it's not well observed that Santa Barbara is a perfect storm of fire risk. The mayor recognized in a conversation with me our conditions are the same as Lahaina. The Goleta load pocket runs 70 miles through the Los Padres National Forest. I submit that the cell tower amendment ordinance that is before you, it could be a trigger point to ignite this substantial fire risk. I want to make 5 points today. First, the Crown Castle conditional settlement in no way binds your hands. The settlement itself recognizes the police power cannot be contracted away to a private entity. And it had to do with excessive fees, nothing to do with fire. So let's put that out of the way. There are serious issues of due process in regard to this ordinance, both in terms of prior notice, opportunity to be heard. My team has tried to see and examine some of the permits. It's virtually impossible for the public to understand the permit application. And this is very important. The fire chief, Mark Horowitz, pointed out that the public also has a responsibility. Indeed, the public has a responsibility as a watchdog. And we have recognized that it doesn't appear that there are professional electrical engineers reviewing these permits as opposed to civil engineers. And there's no what are called short-circuit coordination studies that would pick up whether there's too much power going through the line. Now, we as watchdogs have identified in Los Angeles that one of these telecom providers is out of compliance with the National Electric Code, which means that there's too much power going through the wires and the circuit breakers are going to malfunction. This is a risk that Santa Barbara faces that's going to ignite a almost inevitable fire in the next 3 years. The third point I want to make has to do with historical sites. I'm co-counsel in a lawsuit against the Los Angeles Board of Supervisors, which the Superior Court recognized that CEQA requires special attention to historic sites. There are a large number of historic sites registered under the federal or under the state Historic Preservation Acts, the Old Mission, the Courthouse, Casa de la Herreras, and many others. There's no provision in this ordinance, nor is there any provision in the procedures to address the protection of historical rights, which is separate from CEQA as the federal and state law.
Thank you, Julian. That is your time.
Two final quick points. I second the concern about
Thank you, Julian.
fire
That
risk.
is your 3 minutes.
Okay, and I just finish my sentence. Madam, we lost, I'll be less than a minute, okay? The problem of cyber security now focuses on a new frontier, cyber arson. The cell tower company that I mentioned is out of compliance with the National Electric Code. That means it is a prime target for cyber arson. And nobody is looking at it, even though the state has a mandate, and the federal government as well, under executive order, to look carefully at cyber risks. Finally, just to make the final point, in Los Angeles today, in the litigation, the issue of sovereign immunity is going to come up. And I'm suggesting that this is a ministerial, non-discretionary obligation of the board to look at, and if the board does not take this fire risk seriously, it will compromise the immunity defense. So to conclude, what we want is three things.
We've been quite generous. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
We will now go to Karen Howenstein to be followed by Svetlana Dial, who is our final speaker. Karen?
Hello. Thank you for receiving me again. I echo all of the concerns that have been given to this issue on the dais today. This is a very sensitive issue, and it impacts this property that I've been advocating for now for years on this dais. And I supplied you with this, package. The very first picture, this is Purísima Road. Purísima Road is actually Calle Real in our area. This is where the actual Calle Real ran through our area, is this road. So that's something I'm glad he mentioned, because I hadn't looked that up either. But another thing is that we know that the specific cell tower project that's being proposed on the Campbell property, they have not considered any alternative sites on other properties not owned by the Campbells. Some of the properties that we're trying to protect, the house is actually on an 18-acre property that has elevation and sites that would serve our community better for coverage and be away from houses. But I've noticed that the alternative sites are only being considered on the Campbell property. One thing that I want to introduce also, along with the background that I gave in my previous general comment, is that this is a retaliatory action against 1335 Purísima Road by the Campbell Farming Corporation, because we were so effective at getting them to stop using those loud, vibrational, outdated wind machines right across the street from our home. We were successful in that. We made them stop before they did it for 3 years, and then they could do it forever. And now we're looking at, on the second page, you'll see, this is a picture of Joni Neeson's view out of her front porch. This is her front porch looking out, and where we've drawn, this is exactly horizon lines. I mean, you guys don't allow people to build houses in that people's horizon lines. That doesn't apply here. We're very concerned about this, especially as it pertains to this house and situation. And also, our suggestion is, please consider an alternative site next to the river where there's no houses and where it will provide better coverage. Thank you.
We will now go to our final speaker, Svetlana Dale. Svetlana?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Supervisors. So I have two questions for you. First, when it comes to terms of the lease, what kind of compensation is going to be offered to the people in the area you're administering for having cell towers? This is question number one. Question number two, as a part of this deal, would each of you sign some kind of hazard health disclaimer? That means that you will be held personally liable for any injury caused to buy the towers. So you may think that while you are shielded from a liability when it comes to your being government employees, that may be true. But on a personal level, you still may be liable. So just think about it, okay? Your personal property and the bond or insurance might still be on the line. Think about it. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you to our members of the public. Now to the board for any additional comments or questions. Supervisor Hartman.
I did have a question for staff, and that is, did we look at other jurisdictions and what they've done and come up with our ordinance, or how did we come up with the list of things that we have?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, yes, we did look at a number of other jurisdictions. And it's hard to find the birthplace, but it's funny looking at a bunch of other jurisdictions, you see a lot of similarities. So it started for somewhere, and different jurisdictions keep picking up different components and kind of moves on down the line. So our nearest neighbor, the city of Santa Barbara, for example, adopted updates to their code a couple years ago for small cell wireless facilities, and we did look closely at their standards and their requirements and pulled in a lot of those. And I know many of the public commenters today participated in that process with the city of Santa Barbara. So we did use that as a starting point.
And do you know anything about the Malibu Safety Protocol? I mean, is that something that's widely recognized as a standard?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I can't speak to whether it's widely recognized as a standard. I did review it in the context of the public comments that we received for the hearing today. One thing to point out is most of those are more code-related issues than they are, like there are structural, electrical safety issues than they are zoning issues. So I did share that list of those safety protocol with our building official, and he verified that many of those issues would be addressed through the standard building permit process and verifying compliance with building code and electrical code. So he felt comfortable that we were, while it does not live in the zoning code and the ordinance package before you today, that we have other safeguards in place as part of our building permit process.
Thank you. That is helpful. And then, does a telecom still have to demonstrate need when they come through this process to the county or to a public agency?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, no, they do not. We can ask for, and we do ask for, an alternative sites analysis to show how different ways in which they can meet provide their service that they are requesting. And we do ask for information pertaining to like coverage data, but we can't use that as a basis for denying their permit application or approving their permit application. So no, that is not a standard we require.
Thank you. Well, I guess this is an issue that generates a lot of concern from the community. And at least speaking for myself, I'm not an expert in this. So it makes it, I look at stuff and I'm not quite sure how reliable it is. But I do have a lot of confidence in our staff. And I'm heartened by the additional work that you've done in response to public comment. And so I guess I'll put this out there. I'm prepared to go with staff recommendation.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, I just thank you, Chair Capps. A question from staff. When the public commenters brought up the affordability requirement with the SB9, can you go into that a little bit more so I better understand? I read over that in my preparation, but I should have had a couple questions about that. Could you go into that?
Certainly. Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So as part of our research and preparing the regulations for SB9, similar to the telecom, we did look at other jurisdictions as a starting point to see how different jurisdictions were handling and found that some jurisdictions had proposed or required that if you're doing a 2-unit development under SB 9, that one of the units be affordable to low or moderate income households. In our housing element, one of our programs, which was to prepare a set of ordinance amendments that incorporate and ensure compliance with SB 9, it called for exploring the affordability component. And so that was sort of the impetus for including that in the package, was just to have it in there for your board's consideration. There's no state requirement that the unit or that one of the units be affordable, so you have full discretion in to whether or not to include that. As Ms. Venegas-Martin mentioned, City of Santa Barbara, which has that requirement, has received 0 SB 9 applications, and we do believe that the affordability to be a key hindrance in people wanting to take advantage of that, just because of the cost of construction and being able to get any type of return on that. And so, but ultimately, it is up to your board whether or not to include that. You heard Montecito Planning Commission recommend against it. County Planning Commission recommended to retain it.
I guess I need clarification on what, so are you guys requiring a deed restriction as part of that? Because as we showed during the housing element, the North County, at least in my district, it's affordable by market. So I'm just kind of trying to understand how that works.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, as currently drafted, it would be deed restricted, similar to how other deed restricted affordable units are regulated.
I guess the economic model of that is it becomes harder to finance that once it's deed restricted, and so that's why some people might not go down that route potentially. And that's always disappointing, especially in the North County, when we put a deed restriction on something that the deed restriction might actually be higher than actual what the rents would be. And so, I wish we could somehow consider these in zones as an approach, in different approaches. And that's why it doesn't always hold water for me on some of these South County developers that say they can't build affordable because we're doing it up in North County because everything's affordable by the same standards, and it's the same county, same rules. Land prices might be a little higher, but a lot of these people already own the land that they're looking to build on in the first place. So I could go either way with it. I would rather not see it just because I think it might be an impediment, although I'm not a big fan of the SB 9 because I do think it over-intensifies this area. So maybe if we want to have a pocket way of killing those applications, maybe we include it. I'll defer to my colleagues on that. The one piece that I wanted to maybe push on as we make a motion eventually is on my M2 property, a minor conditional use permit makes things prohibitive. I think zoning should matter. If we have something that's manufacturing zoning, I think we should permit things like rental. So I would prefer to see that to be like a zoning clearance there. So it's something that would fit where somebody could just be allowed to do those types of uses on those properties. I think we should do that now on this one, but I also think in the future, I think we're going to bring back some additional ministerial permits as part of the work plan here in the spring. But I would like to starting that trend now by having lower level permits in some of these zonings. And so that would be my only ask from this package is bringing that permit level down on that one. So.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. At this point, I think we would recommend that the board consider lowering it to a land use permit so that it would be consistent with the other uses that are in the zone and the permit types. But we can certainly take a look at that when we're looking at downshifting the other permits. But I think a land use permit is fine at this point in time.
Okay. I'd be willing to accept that as a compromise, although I do think we should look at it as part of the package that we bring back in the spring. You're looking at in our manufacturing zoning in our county that's been out there for 40, 50 years, and there's been little to no applications. And if we want to promote businesses and development, then we should probably, sometimes we're the impediment to that. The barrier is too high, and especially we should really make zoning mean something. If something's zoned for a use, then we should allow those uses to happen. But when we have a second tier of permitting processes that involves things like CEQA, which is important for some reasons, but it kills projects. And so having truly ministerial for the proper zoning is probably also a smart thing for us to do as a county if we're hoping to promote businesses. So I'm willing to accept the LUP, at least for now. That's consistent with the C3, which is, commercial 3 is typically farm supply, I think is what the category of that zoning is. So I think that'd be consistent with that as well. So that'd be my only add to this package at this point.
I'll just take the opportunity to go on record in support of the affordability provision that was passed by the Planning Commission. I hear you when it's a potential deterrent, but I just know that this board passed thousands of units, luxury and market rate with the housing element just recently. And so there's a lot of opportunity coming online, yet we have an affordability housing crisis, and getting more affordable housing into the stock is a strong priority. So if people want to take advantage of SB 9, I'd say let's do it, but let's abide by our affordability dire need. So thank you. Supervisor Lavernino.
Thank you. I was just curious if, when you were talking about in the ordinance, the question about workmanship, and you said that somebody would come out and sign off on it. Now, that's going to be included, that's more in the building code, or is that in the ordinance? Because I'm trying to figure out how, some of the concern is about whether a civil engineer or electrical engineer actually takes a look at it. Just figuring out how we get to a fine point on that.
Supervisor Lavernino through the chair. So currently what happens is the applications are reviewed by our electrical inspector. And this individual has, 2 decades of experience working as an electrician, has certifications as an electrical inspector. So he reviews the electrical plans, and then he also goes out in the field and inspects when they get installed.
Okay, thank you. So are we doing deliberation now too? Or? Yes. Okay.
Yes, it's an unwieldy process.
Supervisor Hartman did. So
yep.
This is a hard one because everybody has such strong feelings about it. And when you get emotions tied up versus science and emotion, and no matter, really, there's no proving to anybody one way or the other. This gets on the point of almost religious fervor. And I've sat through hearings here on 5G, smart meters. We had, some of those issues. People were concerned about Wi-Fi in schools, cell phone usage. And I'm not saying any of the concerns are invalid, because anybody that's worried about their own personal safety or the safety of their neighbors or fire concern, those are all valid concerns. They do have to be balanced with us, doing the business of Santa Barbara County as well. So I look at, safety. You could get to the point where you say you never get in a car, or you're never going to get in an airplane again because you don't know if someone's going to fly into it. I just feel that, the cybersecurity risk, any Wi-Fi can be hacked. I mean, if I haven't been hacked, every time you go into your mailbox now, there's a message from some company that just lost all your information. So I don't think this is going to add a lot to that. I do prefer when people just really stick with the arguments that I think need to be made, or about the quality of the workmanship, where it's actually being placed, and who's, how we're watching the fire activity. With having Fred here and planning development and our staff recommendations, I'm okay with moving forward. I would also say, well, I'm just going to let that, I'll finish there. I think that's the best way to end it.
Thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
That did raise an additional question about historic buildings and whether we have any provisions to protect historic buildings from placement of these, or whether that's an issue in your mind.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I've never seen, from my experience, I haven't seen the historic be an issue for any projects that we've processed in the past. A carrier would have to get the permission of any building or property owner in order to install a wireless facility on their premises. So most of what we see with the small cell wireless facilities are within public right-of-way on like utility poles and other infrastructure. You will see some rooftop antennas and things of that nature occasionally, but the majority, I would say, are within the right of way. For the Tier 3 and Tier 4 projects, those would continue to be subject to discretionary review, which would include compliance with CEQA. But for the smaller cell wireless facilities, as currently drafted, there is no standard in place specific to historic resources. Sorry, one correction. Thank you. We do have a requirement that facility is proposed to be installed in or on a structure that has been designated county as a historic landmark, be reviewed and approved by the HLAC. So that is focused just on landmarked structures.
Okay, we are getting to the end here. Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, just one quick question. I didn't know what my colleagues thought about the second story single development on these SB9 projects. I preferred to keep it a single story, but I didn't know what other people's thoughts were. It seems like it intensifies it even more, and that there is a route for them to still be able to build the minimum to go 2 stories if they can't hit that requirement. So I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on that.
I'm sorry, you're for second story?
I'm not for second story. I'm for single story on these extra units. So I just guess I was curious where the rest of the board is on it.
We're limiting by square footage.
Right.
So, it either goes out or it goes up.
Sure.
I guess I get that if you're in a single-family neighborhood and you've got 1 story and a second story goes up and looks in your backyard, that's an issue. On the other hand, I guess I feel I want to leave as much discretion to the landowner as possible, because it's they're making a big investment, and we are, by virtue of all of this, intensifying residential development throughout residential zoning. So I guess I don't feel strongly enough to want to limit it to single story.
Yeah, I'm wrestling with it too. It's not a make or break issue for me, but I was wanting some input from the rest of you if that was something that we wanted to dig into. I know that, and I guess it wouldn't even apply here because I usually hear it on the ADUs. It's, when there's an ADU that's permitted that's 2 story right in somebody's backyard, and they called me up and said, "Did you approve that?" And that's where these types of things come into place. Or we're going to get calls in the future when these second family, these second units are going to be placed 4 feet from a property line, right on top of somebody's house, and they're going to feel invaded. The state of California has eliminated, single family homes essentially in our state, and I don't know how much I want to help them do that. I want to. Where I can resist, I tend to want to, but again, you're right. At some point, they're limited by a certain square footage, whether that's up or out. And I don't feel strongly one way or the other, I guess, but it was something that I wanted to know if there's other thoughts there.
Yeah, Supervisor Lee.
I have a question for staff. What's the height limit for 2 stories? Is it 30 feet?
Supervisor Lee, through the chair. So the height limit would be, for 2 stories, would be 25 feet. Generally, our height provisions do allow, if you're a pitched roof, you get an extra 3 feet at the crest. But the 25-foot height would be the standard for 2 stories. We do, for reference, in some mini zone districts, the height limit is up to 35 feet. Which would accommodate 3 stories. You don't see a lot of those, but that is a standard height limit in a lot of our residential zones.
Got it. I'll be comfortable with 25 feet within the standards.
For two stories.
For 2 stories, yeah.
Yeah, me too. Thank you for bringing this up, though, Supervisor Nelson, because he mentioned Hope Ranch. In some places it might be completely fine to have 2 stories, and I just wouldn't want to do a blanket limitation. So, but thank you for raising it. Yeah, Supervisor Lamb,
I want to go back to the affordability question real quick.
Yep.
is it legal? I mean, do we have, is there any legal issues with requiring affordability on the second unit with the state law?
Supervisor Lavanino, state law doesn't address affordability requirements, so this is at your discretion. This is unique to this ordinance requirement.
Okay. Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, sorry, jumped into one. So I guess my two asks are, in whatever motion we make, is one is I like to get the M2 to a land use permit versus a minor conditional use permit. The other one is I do think we should make the effective date 90 days out for those that exist in the plans right now. So I don't know if that's already in there, but I think we should definitely accommodate those. There's one in my district that I met with, and all they're really waiting for is PG&E on the meter. And so I would hate for them to go back to the drawing board or get caught up in some of these new standards. So, and we heard from Mr. Ford from SEPS that 90 days would be sufficient for them too. So that sounds consistent.
Great. Seems like
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So just to clarify, the current provision is using a December 31st, 2024 cutoff. We will substitute that with just pushing out the operative date of for 90 days, which.
So I guess it's those that was submitted prior to then?
Yeah.
Is that?
I think the 90 days, pushing out the operative date for 90 days will have the same general effect and is perhaps a cleaner way to go.
I would love to hear from council on those two options. And have we had very many applications since December 31st that are SB9 applications?
Oh, we have not. No.
Okay. Is there a better way of doing that? Or more defensible?
Supervisor Nelson and members of the board, generally we see the change in the delayed operative date in order to capture existing litigation or existing applications. So that's more typical than having a cutoff, which is currently proposed. So I think your proposal for the delayed operative date works.
And I guess that one, as I was mentioning it, the one that's in my district that if they're waiting on PG&E, we know that they can take a long time even, that's outside of our control. Let's say PG&E gives them a call tomorrow and says that we're not going to be there for 120 days now. Are they going to have to get back in the queue? I guess would be my other concern. Anybody help me with that?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So it's a tricky situation, but I would say, we don't want to push it out too far because you'll have more applications coming in that won't be subject to the standards. But you could make it 120 days or instead of 90 days or, that is an option for the board.
If I may, I just have a question. So in general, don't we have a policy that if you have a complete application in and that's been accepted by P&D, that the rules that apply at that moment will continue to apply to your project?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, that only applies with, so the standard or default is it's the rules in effect at the time of approval that are applied to that project. The exceptions to that are vesting tract maps. And if you're doing like an SB 330 application where you could sort of vest into the rules at the time of a complete determination.
So it's not completed application, it's approval.
But the default for most projects is the rules in effect at the time of approval.
Yeah. So you want to push it 120 days, just give us some, give more time? Does that sound like that? Because if it's the acceptance or the approval date, we need some more time for some of these to get through that are already submitted.
I think, Supervisor Nelson, I think that would give them ample time. They all thought it would be, our staff thought it would be 3 months. So if you wanted to give them another 30 days.
Let's give them another 30 days, just because I know there's always something that happens, as we all know. So if the board's okay with it, let's make it 120 days, just to allow some of those other entities that are outside our control to kind of come into conformity. for these applicants.
And how many are there again?
11?
We're
We have
down
11
to
11 that are
pending.
pending.
Right. So it only applies to this small set.
Yeah. And there was just one other thing I wanted to note, just on the affordability provision. State HCD is taking an interest in jurisdictions that are requiring that and don't necessarily support it. So it's just information for the board as you're considering that provision.
Or a schizophrenic group.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay, I think that we're at the end here, and I'm just want to, this item has, is all the way, the motion would be A through H, I believe, with most of them pertaining to SB 9, most of the individual items here. But I just want to see if there's a sense that the board need to split this up, as Supervisor Nelson raised. I'm not sensing that need. Okay, so then I look for a motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just a quick clarification. So we're talking about delayed operative date for the ordinance. So there's the inland ordinance, which would typically be effective 30 days after, and I'm understanding you'd want to delay that operative date. But then in the coastal zone, it's different because it's not operative until the Coastal Commission certifies. So I wasn't sure what you were doing with the coastal
I guess
piece.
clarification from staff, how many of those 13 or 11 pending are in the coastal zone? And that'll be probably greater than 120 days anyway, so we probably are safe to.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I don't believe any are in the coastal zone, but you're right. It could be some time, potentially up to a year, before the regulations are in effect in the coastal zone anyway. So I think pushing out the operative date 120 days would be applicable for the inland LUDC and MLUDC. I don't believe that same provision would be necessary for the coastal zoning ordinance.
Okay. So can we have it reflect that in the motion, that the operative date instead of 30 days would be 120 days? Is staff prepared to accept that direction from the board? And then the other one was my amendment to the M2 property from a minor conditional use permit to a land use permit for the proposed use. And was there anything else that any of the our colleagues? So that's going to be my motion A through H with those changes directed by the board.
I was just going to ask you to make it, so thank you for doing that. And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay. I apologize for the delay here but we will take a 30-minute break and come back at 5 after 2. Okay, welcome back. We are just convening for our last item, which is item number 4. Madam Clerk, will you please read it into the record?
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the California Coastal Commission's conditional certification of an amendment to the Local Coastal Program, LCP, regarding the Housing Bill Implementation Project Ordinance amendments.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. We have Lila Spring, who is the planner on this case. This is an amendment package that went to the Coastal Commission for review and approval, and then it's coming back to us with the requested modification to that. But Lila Spring has been the planner on it, and she is unfortunately unable to be in the hearing room today, but she is by Zoom, and of course we have Alex Tell as well. So with that, we'll turn it over to Ms. Spring.
Thank you, Lisa. Good afternoon, Chair Capps and members of the board. As Lisa said, my name is Lila Spring, and I'm here to present the Housing Bill Implementation Project Ordinance Amendments Local Coastal Program Amendment. Next slide. The Housing Bill Implementation Project Ordinance Amendments are a group of amendments required to comply with new state housing laws that were passed to increase the supply of housing statewide, including adding new regulations and development standards regarding the streamlined permitting of supportive housing and low barrier navigation centers, the establishment of objective design standards for applicable multi-unit and mixed-use housing projects, and revisions to the standards and criteria related to the state density bonus law provisions. The project includes amendments to the County Land Use and Development Code, or LUDC, Montecito Land Use and Development Code, or MLUDC, and the Coastal Zoning Ordinance, or CZO. This board adopted these amendments on February 13th, 2024, and they went into effect in the inland area, the area covered by the LUDC and MLUDC in March of 2024. Next slide, please. On January 6, 2024, the board authorized staff to submit the Coastal Zoning Ordinance Amendment to the California Coastal Commission, abbreviated on this slide as CCC, as a proposed amendment to the county's Certified Local Coastal Program, or LCP. The Coastal Commission considered this amendment at their December 12, 2024 hearing and conditionally certified the amendment with 2 suggested modifications. If the board accepts the conditional certification with the modifications, the amendments will go back to the Coastal Commission for final certification, which we would anticipate in March. Next slide, please. The 2 modifications suggested by the Coastal Commission are as follows. For suggested modification 1, in section 35144B, multiple unit and mixed use housing objective design standards, the Coastal Commission suggests additional language to clarify that where state housing law requires compliance with only objective standards and a policy or standard includes both objective and subjective components, the objective components shall apply such that adverse impacts to coastal resources are avoided. This language aligns with the intent of the amendments, and staff support the addition. Next slide, please. For suggested modification 2, the Coastal Commission suggests the addition of language requiring the county to submit a local coastal program amendment within 3 years to incorporate coastal resource protection and hazard minimization development standards that are objective, to ensure that qualifying projects subject only to the objective standards of the local coastal program under state housing law are consistent with the Coastal Act to the maximum extent feasible. Now, historically, development standards, policies, and design guidelines were developed with a mix of both objective and subjective components, requiring interpretation on a case-by-case basis. The state has determined that subjective standards can be a hindrance to the development of housing and has passed a number of new state housing laws requiring that only objective standards apply to certain housing projects. This has caused concern that coastal resources will not be sufficiently protected by the existing standards. The goal of suggested modification 2 is to achieve coastal resource protection and to minimize hazard risk. County staff understand the Coastal Commission's concern and guidance and support the suggested modification. However, implementing this modification will require significant staff time and will be included as part of Long Range Planning's annual work program for the board's consideration. Next slide, please. On February 13th, 2024, the board determined that the Housing Bill Implementation Project Ordinance amendments are exempt from environmental review per CEQA Guidelines Section 15061B3 for having no possibility of significant effect, and per Section 15265, which exempts local coastal program amendments. Next slide, please. Staff recommend that the board take the actions listed on pages 1 and 2 of the board letter and summarized on this slide. And this concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the board at this point? Oh, yeah, Supervisor Hartman.
Could you give us a better feel for how you translate qualitative into objective standards? Maybe an example and a sense of what the workload is on that?
Supervisor Hartman through the chair. So I'll have to say or admit that we haven't done a deep, thorough dive looking at all of our policies in our coastal plan yet to determine like which we would consider to be subjective versus objective. So that would likely be the first effort, is to help us identify the amount of policies that would fit into that category. Clearly, we already have some policies and standards that are objective. For example, environmentally sensitive habitat. We have a requirement that development be set back 50 feet from ESH and avoid ESH buffers. That's a pretty objective standard, and so probably no modifications to that standard would be necessary. Other resources may be less objective. So for example, say coastal access or visual resources, where our policies are more qualitative and open to interpretation. So those would be the policies that would likely need to undergo some modifications to achieve something that's a little more quantitative or objective that we can consistently apply project to project.
Supervisor Hartman through the chair, you might have some standards that deal with height or deal with, particularly with visual impacts, height and setbacks, those types of things that can try and get at that. But it is something that the Coastal Commission staff is going to be asking all jurisdictions to do, because they understand that with the new housing laws, that objective standards are the only thing that really apply in today's world. So we're, I think, just one of the first jurisdictions where they're starting to recognize this.
So we don't get to rely on other jurisdictions' experience. We have to kind of pioneer the way.
Other questions? I think we're good up here. Any comments? Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion to adopt staff's recommendations.
Oh, I'm
was there
sorry.
public
Thank
comment?
you. I went too fast.
My apologies. I did just want to note for the record, we had no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
All right, well then I'll go ahead and make a motion to accept staff's recommendations A through D.
A second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Well, boom, it's 2:20. We're a little ahead of schedule. Second meeting in a row, just keeping track. Okay, so with that, we will adjourn until next Tuesday up in Santa Maria. Thanks, everybody.